Welcoming James and Julie. Welcoming Bradley. Just giving the cards a quick cleanse. And we're going to get into it. So I hope you all had a good Wednesday. Cool, cool. So for those that are interested, I'm going to do a live table tomorrow as well. I did one last night. It was pretty successful, I would say. Thank you to those that donated. Thank you to those that got a reading from me. If there's a by chance you do want to get a reading from me, you can get a recorded reading through the Hipsy link. You can become a member and support me monthly, or you can wait for the open tables. Tonight is going to be a closed table. It is going to be a energy check-in. I'm going to be looking into the Oracle and the Tarot tonight. So if you would like to take advantage of your own personal message, you can check out the link in the description box or the link section and head on over to Hipsy to go ahead and get a message there, or just wait patiently for the open table tomorrow evening. Donations are graciously and gratefully accepted, though. Tonight it would be strictly a donation. If tonight's message resonates and you'd like to donate, great. I thank you in advance. I'm looking to check out a place tomorrow, so I may be on here a little late. I don't know. We'll see. I may go live while I'm there, just to see what type of place it is, if it's vacant. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe I'll bring you along for the ride. I don't know. I'm a little reluctant. Welcome in, Lori. Welcome in, Sherry. Or Shelly, sorry. Well, the thing is that they want me to pay mid-month. They want me to pay a full month in mid-month. And it's like, no, I want to pay up for the rest of this month. And I want to pay a full month at the beginning of the month. I don't want to have no stupid bullshit where I have to pay mid-month, because then I'm having to pay a month in advance. On top of the last month's rent. And I'm not about to do that. At least not till I'm ringing in the money. And at this point, Collective, I need your help to do that, because this is my only income. And considering social assistance, it's absolutely pointless at this point. Because they're just going to take dollar for dollar. I'm going to end up with maybe $200 in my pocket from them, even after rent. So I'm not really impressed. The fact that they're supposed to be there to help, they're there to supplement, and here I am, I'm not sitting on the money. I'm actually doing something with myself. I'm trying to inspire the world, and they want dollar for dollar. So it's like, you know what? Meanwhile, an average bedroom is going for 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,400 plus bills. Like, it's stupid. So, beggars can't be choosers, but you know, there's a certain line I gotta draw where it comes to self-respect. I've been looking for work, so hopefully something comes back at me work-wise, so that way I can just dig into work. There's a 9 to 5 position, so it's not going to interrupt into my live. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully that job comes in because it's a pretty decent pay. And it would actually allow me to get my own place officially. So pray for me. Send me good mojo. And any ill will mojo, let it be transmuted to prosperity anyway. I'd do it in a heartbeat, Bradley, but I don't have my passport. I've been to North and South Carolina too, so I wouldn't say no to that. I'd come hang out with you. But I'm all the way up in Igloo Town. So, up in the 51st state, according to Trump. But either way, we're going to jump into a collective. I'm just having a quick smoke. Letting everybody jump in, get yourself comfortable, get yourself your coffee. And whatever else you're drinking. Got my cards all out here and ready to rock. Today I had a bit of a sinking feeling like I was in quicksand, but that subsided. I woke up with music in my head again this morning. Well, I really didn't go to sleep last night. After last night's live, I didn't even go to sleep until 5:30, 6 o'clock this morning, and I slept until 11. So maybe 5 hours sleep. But I'm here. I'd like to take a moment to send my condolences to the Vanderbeek family. Unfortunately, James Vanderbeek of Dawson's Creek. I used to watch that show growing up. He has recently passed away this morning. So my condolences go out to his family. He was definitely someone that stuck up for the underdog, and he was always very compassionate individual. He was a very peaceful individual, peaceful spirit. I hope he rests in peace. And considering he dealt with a lot of pain for quite some time, and hopefully he's not in any more pain now. Hopefully he's resting now. I pray it to be so anyhow. Great Spirit, guides, guards, protectors, angels, ancestors, divine light, and universal source, divine breath of creation. You who exist in the realm of pure vibration and subtle energy, may your sacred energy and frequency be awakened within us, and may we embody the divine essence, allowing the kingdom to arise within our hearts and souls. Let divine will of the spiritual and physical merge realms in the cosmic divine pattern, microcosm to macrocosm, nourishing us with cosmic divine vitality and divine wisdom and life force. Divine energy of cosmic consciousness, please restore us of any misalignment and confusion that may have been created against us. As we release what no longer serves us, let it release the blocks that hinder forward movement. What we then releases us. Please invoke our discernment and awareness to not be deceived, and awaken our divine blueprint of divine destiny, giving us the synchronicities and signs to banish doubt, fog, and confusion. Please protect our divine pathway and rescue us from illusion of separation from our divine purpose and our soul family. In the name of divine order of our inner sacred kingdom, let it match our outer experience, and may the creative spark always be lit within us and protect us on our journey and guide us through divine intervention. As above within our mind, as below within our heart, as within our inner kingdom and in our outer world. And so it is, and so it is done. So mote it be. Okay, what are we starting with, Spirit? So I'm going to start off with the oracles, and then I'm going to go move into the tarot. So there's a bit of a warning out here. Again, I'm really picking up this really relentless energy. Somebody's trying to get you to question your self-worth. They're trying to control your narrative. They're trying to control your story. They're trying to control how people see you. They are trying to change the viewpoints of how people perceive you. And it's really giving me this energy that they cannot compete where they do not compare, and they're being faced by their own insecurities. They're actually quite ruthless. They actually think that they have some sort of power over you. And they're doing everything to rebel against you, collective. Okay? I do feel that the divine is allowing you to be aware of these people, or at least aware of this energy. For some of you, it is a person, and for some of you, it is an energy. It is an entity. I'm also being told that this entity, if it is an entity, they cannot touch you because you are protected. You're divinely guided, guarded, and protected. And it's just sitting there lurking, studying you, learning your mannerisms, learning the way that you are moving. Okay? You are definitely taking command. You're definitely in this energy of taking charge. And I do feel that you are a guiding light to some. And this is why they're trying to change the perception of you to these other people, if it is a person. They are getting you to question your self-worth and your ability to stand and balance out something. They want you to be erratic. They want you to be in limbo. And the reason why they're wanting you to be in limbo and not in absolute chaos is because they don't want to be acknowledged by the divine for being karmic. But the karmic energy is there. And it's really giving me a feeling that they're trying to pull the wool over the divine. And the audacity of these individuals is absolutely asinine. They definitely have a ruthlessness about them. They definitely are trying to convict you to be lesser than you are. They're out to try to make you a deceiver of darkness. They're out here trying to make you look less than. They're trying to make you look dark. They're trying to make you look evil, when they are in fact the evil one. Right? And the audacity of these individuals is just beneath. Like, the divine is there shaking its proverbial head. Like, and I really pick up that Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Ariel, Archangel Metatron, they're all there just shaking their head, and they're like, why won't these idiots stop? We're doing everything in our power to protect the collective. We're doing everything in our power to create a sustainable situation for them, and these relentless idiots continue to do what they're doing. The audacity is thick with these individuals, and I do believe these individuals have called on these entities. So it could very well be monitoring spirits, it could be a bunch of different things that they felt necessary to call to lurk and to disenfranchise you, but they can't get through your protection. They're on the outskirts, they're on the outside of the protective barriers. They have no admittance. The divine is wanting you to make plans, to plan ahead, and just to be patient. Okay? These so-called missed opportunities that these imbeciles are trying to make you miss, they're just delayed. Okay? They want you to have the fear of failure come over you. And I feel that earlier, I feel that was that sinking feeling. But that has been eradicated. I'm also hearing it's been sent back. There's definitely a new project or a new situation coming in for you to learn something new. It's coming in soon. This will not be a loss. This will be something that you do not have to worry about gambling. This is not going to be considered a risk. Okay, it's going to be a benefit. Okay. I also feel that these people that are against you are running now. They're running away from the problems they created for themselves, trying to come for you. Whoever you are, whoever's resonating with this message, you're definitely wise. And they tried to get you to forfeit you moving through these crossroads to move into a new timeline. But unfortunately for them, it's already happened. You're already moving into a new timeline, and they do not have any control over this. They want you in this feeling of lack of direction and having to make difficult decisions. And I'll tell you right now that that is not going to be the case. They want you to be looking like you are inflexible, that you're stubborn, that you're not willing to open your mind to new possibilities. And I really kind of feel like they're wondering what their next play is going to be regarding this sabotage, right? Because they're this relentless energy that just won't quit. However, I do feel that they will be getting caught up. I do feel that they are doing other things outside that are not related to your situation. So they are juggling quite a bit. I do understand that some of these people have way too many irons in the fire, and they are about to get caught up for certain things that they were doing in order to sabotage you, set you up. All of this is going to be blowing up in their face. And some of these people are literally popping off. So if you feel these feelings of rage, feelings of anger, feelings of panic, feelings of anxiety come over you, it's not your energy. It is ultimately them trying to send you this energy, and it's literally missing you. I do feel with the Archer out here, it may be seeming like you're having a setback, but ultimately this is that arrow being pulled back, and you are just to bide your time, be in the moment, take one moment as it is, one moment at a time, nothing more, nothing less, one breath, one moment, one step at a time kind of situation. Because as you may be feeling like this is a setback, this is ultimately the arrow being pulled back in order to be released into a particular direction. If you do not know this direction as of yet, it will become evidently clear to you. It will become very much within your understanding. So there's very much a feeling of trusting. There is very much a feeling of being in the moment. There's definitely a feeling of learning new things, new projects that will not be a risk. They will not be a loss. You will not be spinning your tires. These avenues, these situations are protected. Okay? And I do feel, even though these people are spying on you, they very well could be doing some sort of projections, or they very well could be like monitoring spirits kind of situation. I do feel that you're kind of teaching your haters. You're kind of teaching these people that you're really not one to play with. You're not one to be messing with. And I do feel that they are finding out the hard way, because they're burning themselves out at the same time. They're running out of gas, they're running out of ammo, they're running out of things to do. They're ultimately trying to create blockages within your creativity, which is ultimately being sent back to them. So their ability to be creative and to think up new ideas and whatever else, it's literally blowing up in their face. They're really not understanding this and how the divine works. And this is ultimately going to allow you to step up and move forward. Okay? Welcome in, NK, Mermaid, and Kitty. Welcome in. So these so-called difficult decisions that they want you to have to endure or to make are going to become effortless. This whole lack of direction of you not knowing which way to go and where to go or how to get there, whatever the case may be, is going to be shown to you. This is why you need to stay in this high vibration and hold that, because the divine is going to guide you through that, through your intuition, through downloads, through visions, through moments of stillness, through moments of silence. And yeah, I feel that things are going to work out. You just have to trust that if you have endured trials and tribulations before, and somehow by some miracle something has come through for you despite it all, know that that is your game plan. The reason why you're bouncing back is because you are guided, you are guarded and protected. So where they want you to be in this energy of uncertainty and confusion, know that you'll be shown the way. The way will be lit in front of you. Okay? They're wondering how you continue to bounce back. They're wondering how you continue to persevere. how you continue to move forward, and they are ultimately trying to burn you out while burning out themselves. They want you trapped, restricted, and they want you in a bubble with the vessel in the reverse. And they don't want you out here free to roam, free to do what you want. They don't want you out here succeeding. They're trying to get you to reveal your shadow and your darker side. And this is why they're trying to get at you. They're trying to get you to act out of character and act in a darker essence so they can be like, oh, look, see? They're not as light as you thought they were. They're not as bright and cheery and lighthearted as you thought they were. But I feel the collective that's resonating with this message, you've had to endure so much that you've integrated your shadow. You've integrated your darkness with your light that literally created that shadow, because you cannot have a shadow without darkness and light, right? But I feel that you've integrated that, and ultimately you need to know both. You need to have these trials and tribulations to verify your protection, to verify and confirm your protection. So they're trying to trick you, ultimately, into your darkness. They're ultimately wanting you, and I'm really getting this reactive abuse, okay? They're trying to manipulate you, they're trying to trick you, they're trying to deceive you, okay? By bringing out this darkness, this darker side of you. And they're doing this by throwing rocks and hiding their hands. But the thing is that for some of you, you already know who this is. I know on my side of things, I know who it is. Okay? I wasn't born yesterday. And their energy signature is very evident to me. I know who it is. And they're not going to win. So they want you popping off so much that you go into this instability. They want you to go back into addiction. They want you to go back into hoarding everything that you have, being selfish. They want you to be overloaded with pressures and pain and suffering and all this shit when you've already healed it. And this is one of the reasons why, welcome in James, welcome in Elizabeth. This is one of the reasons why they can't figure out why you're so unbothered, because you've already healed it. You've already healed your trauma. You've already healed a lot of the pain, the heartbreak, the sacred rage. You've released it all. You're very much at peace, not only with yourself, but you're at peace with the people of your past. You're not out here wishing them ill. You're not out here wishing them sickness or death or anything to the sort that they're wishing for you. Okay? There's quite a few people out here that are dealing with death magic. You're dealing with anxiety and panic and all of this stuff coming over you. And it's mainly projections. Okay? You could be dealing with health issues, whatever the case may be. However, as you heal and as you empower yourself, it releases any camaraderie. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for, but it ends out any type of connections energetically, okay, to where they can infiltrate, where they can puppeteer, where they can be in this energy of manipulation. All right, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. Okay, and this is why it's so predominantly important that you heal and you empower yourself and you stay in a higher vibration. Okay, because as you are sitting in that lower vibration is ultimately making you sick. Okay, and that's where a lot of your ailments are coming from, because of the stress and the anxiety and the pain. And a lot of you may go to the doctor to go get this checked out, and it very well could show up as phantom pain. And there is no evidence of anything even happening. There's no evidence, there's nothing of a cure, there's nothing of any testing that's coming back positive or negative or whatever. There's nothing there to diagnose. A lot of gut issues, a lot of skin issues, a lot of energetic issues, just energy and metabolism and immune system is affected by stress, and it's affected by this type of illusionic magic. So you really have to take it into consideration when you're going through these different things, what could very well be projecting onto you, and what could be your the ill that you're working with or dealing with. And depending on where that is within your chakra system will determine as to what is actually going on and what is being pinpointed. Okay? So if you're having irritable bowel syndrome, if you're having hip problems, it's definitely something to do with stepping into the divine love aspect of you, instead of being in lust, instead of being in fear, instead of being in this energy of fight or flight. Okay? I don't really have the I don't have the diagram with me right here right now, and I don't know it off by heart. But if you look on my post page, it will show the chakra system, and depending on where your pain is and what you're dealing with pain side, it will give you an idea as to what the situation is that you need to fix or release in order to release that pain. Okay? So take that into consideration, and you very well could end up healing yourself. All right? So just take that into your understanding that your energy matters, and what energy frequency you hold matters. You are an antenna, and you give off of this energy. So whatever energy you are sitting with within your inner kingdom, it is ultimately going to affect your outer world. It's going to assimilate in your outer world. So if you've got a lot of chaos within yourself, there's going to be a lot of chaos in your reality. If you're at peace within yourself, you're going to find that your reality and your environment around you is quite peaceful. Okay? So check yourself before you wreck yourself. Ultimately, you are the captain to your ship. You are the painter to your canvas. Okay? And you have more power than what you actually realize. All right? So take that into consideration. Okay? The more you know. Yeah, we got the lover out here. Connection, expansion, devotion, and awe. So there's definitely something about you loving yourself, you choosing yourself, you rising above all of this calamity and stress and chaos. All right? Aletheia, distortion, gaslighting, and excuses. So somebody very well could try to come in and gaslight you with maybe a love offer. Okay? Somebody could very well come in to distort you and make excuses, Why don't you love me anymore? Why don't you want to be with me anymore? Da 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 da. And when you try to explain yourself as to why, they're going to gaslight you and be like, I was never like that. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Blah, 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 blah. When you know exactly what they did, collective. Okay? Ultimately, they want to reconcile with you. They want recognition. They have some sort of an expectation of results and seeks attention. Okay, this is a dark mystic that you're dealing with. It's either that or they are speaking that about you. They're just saying that you're out here wanting attention and this is why you're doing what you're doing. But I get a feeling that they could be being asked, because I feel that they're out here talking shit on you, diminishing you, devaluing you, and then people are asking about certain situations that you maybe spoke on, and they're gaslighting these people. They're outright lying to these people, saying that you were the problem when you weren't the problem. They wanted you looking like the problem, so they're out here trying reactive abuse on you to get you to look dark, to get you to be removed from what you are trying to build for yourself, to make you look less than, to make you to be able to run the narrative, right? Because they don't want people seeing you in a higher light. They don't want you being inspiring. They don't want you to be looked at as an inspiration. They don't want you to be looked at as anybody significant. They don't want you getting the accolades that you're getting. They don't want you having the ability to inspire others or even yourself. Okay? Some of these people are absolutely envious at the fact that you are in this energy. Okay? But they weren't there when you hit rock bottom. They weren't there when you were building your foundation. They weren't there when you were rebuilding yourself from the ground up. They weren't there when you had to empower yourself. But they were there causing you problems, causing you issues, wreaking havoc on your life, defaming your character, making you look like something that you're not, sabotaging your job, sabotaging your friendships, sabotaging your relationships, going behind the scenes, talking shit on you, making you out to be something that literally that you weren't. And ultimately, collective, it's because you cut them off. It's because you no longer want them in your energy. It's because you don't want them around you anymore. You've cut them off because you're done with their bullshit. You're done with the pain that they caused you. You're done with everything regarding them. Okay? And they're resentful because you chose to take your power back. They're resentful because you chose to, release the bullshit. You're done playing their stupid games. Okay? Let's look into the black rose and see. So you're very much moving on. You're very much stepping up into this new timeline. You're very much leaving them behind, and they feel that, right? They took great joy in manipulating you while they could. They took great joy siphoning from you. They took great joy sabotaging you. They took great joy ruining your life because you chose yourself. And this is why it's so predominantly important to heal. Otherwise, you do end up in your darkness. You end up doing stupid shit. And you end up winning stupid prizes. Right? But all their stupid prizes, they're trying to project onto you. And a lot of these people that you may have warned, and I'm talking to my intuitives, you may have warned these people about what was going to go. You may have gotten downloads. You may have gotten messages regarding them and what was going to happen to them if they didn't stop. And they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't take your advice. They wouldn't even take into consideration. Okay? I'm at a healthy weight. I got a little bit of a belly. But I plan to work that off this spring and this summer. I have this feeling I'll be all muscle again by springtime. Maybe by the end of summer. Who knows? We'll see. And because they can't, because you've healed, collective, because you've stepped up, because you've taken your power back, because you've severed ties with these individuals, they're snapping out. Because they do not have control over you. They don't have any say on you. People aren't believing. People are starting to see them for who they are and what they've done. People are starting to see their insecurities for what they are. Okay? So, it is what it is, collective. You know, they want to play stupid games. They're going to win stupid prizes. And Spirit's saying that these stupid prizes are sitting on their doorstep. Yeah, they're feeling lost. They're running away. They're feeling empty, feeling invisible because you cut them off. And all their witchcraft and all their bullshit, all their hexes, their death magic and everything is backfiring. Like hardcore backfires. It's haunting them. I just heard in my clairaudient, good riddance. So some of them are about to meet their demise because they were the ones doing the death magic. You weren't out here doing death magic. Okay, you were out here protecting yourself. You were out here transmuting it. You were out here returning to sender. You were out here doing what you needed to do to protect yourself, but you weren't out here wishing anybody ill will. You were wishing them what they deserved. Right? You were giving it back to the divine and allowing the divine to orchestrate whatever they needed to teach them a lesson. All because they were trying to teach you a lesson. Right? And that's where they went wrong. It's not like that they're trying to be the judge and the juror. They're trying to be the teacher when they're the student. They don't know shit. They don't even compete where they don't compare to you. Okay? And they're out there telling everybody that they're high ranking and they're not. Yeah. Thank you, Jimbo. Yeah, you weren't, this is no surprise to you, collective. You already knew where it was coming from. You knew who it was. This was not unexpected. It was very, very predictable. And the thing is compared to you, collective, they're an absolute coward. They're an absolute coward. Because I'll tell you right now, everything that they sent to you, everything that they did to you, they wouldn't have been able to survive it. They were using their own insecurities to come for you. And this is why it's going to hurt them so much when it blows back into their face. And again, for the new ones coming in, you might want to check out the description box on how you can get your own personal message. If you want to become a member and support me on a monthly basis, there's going to be 2 different members' lives per month. One in the beginning of the month and one mid-month. If you want to get your own personal message, you can get a recorded reading over at Hipsy. The link is in the description and the link section here at YouTube on my page. Otherwise, you can wait for the open tables that I have available. I'll be having an open table tomorrow night. I had one last night. But tonight is a closed message, closed table, collective energy check-in. If the message resonates, you can still donate to the channel. They are welcomed and appreciated. Yeah, so they wanted you crashing out. And they're out here denying any type of clashing differences, incompatibility, irreconcilable differences. Okay? They're denying any type of conflict. They could be getting investigated because of what's been going on. Yeah, they're denying any rumors. They're denying any jealousy, pettiness, being envious, talking behind your back. They're denying it. They're just basically wasting time making reports saying that you're crazy, saying that you're unhinged, saying that you're rebelling and you're in conflict. You're spreading rumors. Meanwhile, you're out here, you're not even speaking on names. It's just the guilt is getting to them so much that they're making false reports on you, so that way you're the one that's looking crazy. Meanwhile, if they hadn't been so damn guilty, they would have just kept their mouth shut and they would have just let you walk away and live your life, right? But by them making all these false reports in behind the scenes about you, because they're saying you're crazy and you're unhinged and you need a straitjacket, you need to be checked into a ward and all this other bullshit. They want you to be shut down. They want you to be shut up. And it's because they're admitting guilt. Because you're out here speaking truth. And they're guilty as charged. And I have a feeling that's why the Divine gave me this platform to work on, because I'm out here speaking truth. I've got nothing but the cards to read. So I'm reading on the energy. And they're feeling guilty about the energy. They're feeling offended about the energy that I'm reading on. And it's coming out in the cards. Right? So they're feeling perturbed and angry about what I'm reading on. Just using myself as an example here, right? Take what resonates. And they're in conflict with what I'm speaking on. Meanwhile, I'm not out here saying names. Meanwhile, they're out here making reports saying that I'm talking about them. Well, where's their name? I'm not speaking on anybody's name. So what part what part am I talking on? What part am I lying about when I'm reading a bunch of cards? When I'm picking up on energy? And they're all pissed off and perturbed at the fact that I'm reading cards? Who's the fucking crazy one here? Really. That's the thing that boggles my mind. They're ultimately admitting their guilt. Yeah. Illusions, keeping things inside, not opening up. Deception. They can't keep it in anymore. Because they were not committal. They weren't committed to their healing. They didn't want to go to the next level. Love affair, temptations, flirting, giving into pleasure. Forbidden. This is how they were going in behind your back and screwing around with your relationships. Saying that, oh, it's a test to see how loyal they are. Meanwhile, they're inciting a party, wanting to get drunk and screw around with your other half in behind your back to see how far they could take it, to see how far they would go. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about the fact that they destroyed your relationship. Love affair, keeping things inside, not opening up, illusions. Keeping things a secret, thinking that you're not going to find out. Like waves, in and out, crashing, unpredictable, in their emotions. Because all the truth is coming out, collective. It's all coming out in the cards. And they have nobody to blame but themselves for their bullshit karmic ass energy. And they don't want you moving on. They don't want you moving on. They don't want the cycle ending. They want to continue to puppeteer you. They don't want you learning these lessons, but you've learned them. They don't want this to come full circle. They don't want to get the karma that's being leashed out on their ass right now. They don't like this. And they're out here spreading rumors, petty conversations, smearing your image, making you look like the fool. Really? And they're dependent. They're dependent. They're not free from attachment. They're technically not available to date. And they're out here causing shit for you. Causing shit for your relationships and your dynamics and your friendships. Trying to make you look like the asshole. Deep down, collective, they know that you are the one. They know that you were the soulmate. They know that you were the one to come into their life and heal them. They know that you were the one that was loyal, that was unconditionally loving to them and supportive and understanding and compassionate. And this is what hurts them the most because they lost you. They weren't willing to commit. They weren't willing to open up their mind. They weren't willing to ascend. They got caught with the fake profile. Being on social media, behind the scenes, hiding from you, fake profile, they got caught being sneaky. And that got shut down. They didn't want to learn the lesson. Well, now they're learning a lesson. They're learning a very valuable lesson. Because they're not transcending, they're not learning a damn thing, and there's no union, there's no new phase, there's no ascension. They're being left behind, collective. They don't like this. Like I said, you were the only unconditional, compassionate, genuine person that ever came into their life. Everybody else has been a nothing but a karmic traitor. And the thing is, the proof is in the pudding. The validation, the confirmation, finding out the truth. You're the best thing that ever showed up in their life. And they're not ever going to find somebody like you again. You are one of one. And that's not to say that you're better than anyone else. But they're definitely remunerating and being in the past. And they're the one that's causing this injustice for you. They're not going to get away with it. They're not going to get away with it. And they're not going to be able to disregard what they've done. They're being haunted. They can't ignore it. The people around them are not allowing them to ignore it now. They can't look the other way, and they can't leave it behind. They got to face it now. They're being haunted. Because they're feeling empty, they're feeling incomplete, and they've got nothing but sadness. Nobody wants to devote to them because they see them for who they are. They've got a big-ass fucking ego. Okay? They're very arrogant. Way too much pride in themselves, being stubborn and holding back. You're out here inspiring people, right? And they're out here trying to ruin that. They got third parties involved. Intervention, manipulation, other people to try to come in and screw around with you. You shut them all down. Because they didn't want this to be broken. They didn't want this to be ending. They didn't want the finality to be there. They wanted you looking the same as them. They didn't want you looking forward. And now they can't avoid it. They can't escape it. And you know what, collective? That's not your problem. It's not your problem. They're about to win some really stupid prizes. And they have no one but themselves to blame. And again, collective, this is why it's so predominantly important to heal. Because when you're not healed, when you're living in anxiety, when you're living in envy, when you're living in insecurities, when you're living in jealousy, when you're living with this darkness, it makes you do real stupid shit. And usually the stupid shit is shit that you end up regretting. So do yourself a favor and heal, empower, and rise above all the pain and the suffering and the trials and tribulations. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciated. I got that little thingy that you sent me. Let's see what the dragon's got to say. Welcome in, Robert. Yeah, they don't want you making choices. They want you to think that you made the wrong choices. And they want you to face some sort of consequences for making the wrong choices. For thinking that you made the wrong choices. When collective, you've always worked in intention. You've always worked within integrity. You've always moved forward with compassion, love, respect. You're not out here trying to hurt people. Yeah, you might be calling out people for their fuck shit that they're doing. Yeah, you have every right to stick up for yourself. You have every right to stick up for yourself. But the fact that they want you remunerating and being haunted by the so-called choices that you've made for cutting them off, they want you to regret that. For cutting off their chaos, for cutting off their bullshit karmic energy. They want you to regret that. Like, mind blown. The audacity in these idiots. But you made the right choices. And you're understanding why you made those choices. And why you walked away. And they don't like that. They're not happy about that. You're healing. You're restoring hope within yourself and within others. And they don't like that. They don't like the fact that you're restoring hope and you're making the choice to do that for yourself. You're making it evidently clear. There's definitely a rebirth happening with you, collective. You're giving yourself a second chance, or third chance, or 10th chance, or a 30th chance, depending on how many times they tried to make you hit rock bottom. Because we are talking about a very relentless energy. This is like decades that they've been trying to thwart you, that they've been trying to destroy you, and you just keep going. You're trusting in the love that you have within you, and the friendship that you have with the divine and your guides. And you're persisting. Your persistence is paying off. Because gradually, as you're doing this, and as you're healing, and as you're rebuilding hope, and as you're going through this rebirth, and giving yourself this new chance, okay, it's creating a lesson, and a lesson not only for yourself, but for other people. It's giving you a legacy as well. And the thing is, this is giving you a chance to look at both sides. Like, it's one thing to know your situation, but it's another thing to know their situation. It's another thing to know why they would even think about trying to do what they're doing. You know, and trying to understand the other side as to where they're coming from. Been very difficult. And yeah, you know what? They've had to deal with a lot of pain. They've had to deal with a lot of suffering. And I feel that this is why you're not taking it personal anymore. You know that it's built off of their own pain and their own suffering and their own insecurities. This is why you're not in retaliation. Right? You're understanding where it's come from. But the thing is they're not willing to sit with it and heal it. They're not willing to empower themselves. They're not willing to turn their pain to power. They're wanting to turn their pain into chaos for other people. to make themselves feel powerful. Welcome in, Ernie. The thing is that because the divine sees your true intentions, this is why you're protected. Because you're not out here trying to hurt people. You know hurt people hurt people. But you're... What's the word that I'm looking for? You're the exception. Because you're now in this energy of understanding where it's coming from, and because you're not retaliating, and because you are trying to elevate and inspire not only yourself but other people. And they're still out here relentless, trying to rip you apart, trying to make you feel like garbage, trying to make you feel like you don't exist, trying to make you feel like you're nothing, trying to make you feel like you're insignificant. They're ultimately showing their hand to the people around them. They're ultimately showing them that if they could do this to you, what would they do to them if they got on their bad side? What would they do to them if they just decided to walk away and cut them off? And some of these people are petrified at the fact of the shit that they got involved in trying to come for you. They're half petrified to walk away. Because they don't know what that's going to look like to them. Meanwhile, these third parties were lied to, coming for you. They were pulled in through deception. They were pulled in through fake ideologies, fake stories. And this is why the stories, they're not matching up. But these third parties are finding out what's important to the situation. They're all finding out the truth. And they're not happy with these people. I guarantee you they're not happy with these people. And the thing is, you're going with the flow. You're going with the flow, you're going with the moment. You're in it to win it. You're carving out your own path. You're moving forward. You're finding your independence. Since you've cut these imbeciles off. And you're gaining knowledge. You're gaining wisdom. Welcome in, Renee. It's a collective energy check-in. And not only are you gaining knowledge, collective, you're teaching. You're teaching other people how to overcome their trials and tribulations. And you're standing up for yourself. And I think that's becoming very evident to these third parties, that you're simply just sticking up for yourself, which you have every right to do. And even after all these people, these imbeciles, of what they've done to you and how they've tried to ridicule you and defame you and make you look like a pile of shit, you still respect them enough to not speak on their names, to not out them. I haven't spoken on any names, and I don't plan to. Unless the police come to me and ask me, I'll speak names. I'll give them every name that in the book that I need to give them. But I'm not going to out them out here on YouTube. It's not my job. Because I know that I'm not the only one going through this. ultimately. And I know there's other people out here going through the same shit. So this is resonating for more than one person other than myself. And this is actually how I knew that I'm not the only one going through this. I know I'm not the only one. You're transcending what's going on. Because you're standing up for yourself, you're challenging the status quo. You're challenging these imbeciles that are trying to come at you and come after you. You're challenging them. You're challenging them on their integrity. You're challenging them on their intention. And you're transcending everything. You're very much achieving success. And there's definitely cycles that are coming to completion. And you are being renewed. You're being healed. You're being renewed. You're being brought to an energy that Spirit's saying something about you not being stopped. You being unstoppable. They can't puppeteer you anymore. Their magic is falling ill. It's not working. It's very lame. And the thing is, the groups of people that they got together to come at you, because they're sure as hell not going to be able to be powerful enough to come at you in a single way. They have to get groups. Okay, because they're that much of a coward. They have to get groups to come at you. And these groups are looking at them like they don't want to be part of it anymore. Because they see what's actually happening to the people that were involved. And it's not faring too well for them. They thought they were getting the better of the deal, but they really weren't. They're really not. And had they taken and heeded your advice in the beginning, they would have been riding with you. But now that they've betrayed you, now that they've tried to pretty well kill you, now that they've tried to destroy you and destroy your life, destroy everything you were building for yourself, they pretty well shot themselves in the foot, coming for you. All because they chose to be in this unhealed energy, this karmic energy. All because they wouldn't leave well enough alone. Let's hear the dark confessions. Spirit, if they had a dark confession and they wanted to admit something that was deep, dark, and deep within them of how they felt, what would it say? What would they say? What would be that of what they would say regarding this? If they had something to say, what would it be? We got, I know that you may not feel for me as I feel for you, on the bottom of the deck. I cannot support your actions. It's too much for me to deal with. This situation has become very difficult for me to manage mentally. It is draining me. Did I not say earlier that they're tapped out? They're burning themselves out? Maybe they maybe they shouldn't have bothered. Maybe they should have left you alone. Right? I don't understand what you see in me. I don't feel attractive. I'll keep my comment to myself on that one. Spirit, is there anything deep down within them they want to speak on? I don't want to look. Oh, really? There are feelings of anger inside of me that I need to release before I explode. They wanted you popping off, collective, and look at that. They're about to pop off because they can't take it anymore. They're about to lose their mind. Up in here, up in here. I've lost all control of my life. I keep messing up. I bet they have. They're losing their frickin' tootle over the fact that everything that they threw at you burnt them out and is now en route back to them. Because that shit's got to go somewhere. Anything else, Spirit? I'm embarrassed by my actions and I feel disgusted with myself. You should. You should, Karmics. You should feel disgusted. Let that shame sit and simmer for a little while. It might do you good. Considering all the shame that they chose to project onto you, collective, it only empowered you. It only it helped you recognize who you were deep within. It got you to get to the deeper part of you. Got you to recognize that you're not actually out here being this idiot that they want you to be. It's not even in your nature. Whatever they're trying to paint you into being in a particular picture or particular light. They should be embarrassed. We are living two separate lives. Thank the divine. By divine intervention, we are living separate lives. Thank you, divine. Because who be wanting to be living the same life as these chaotic imbeciles, really? These absolute lowlives. Low-life cowards. Collective, you out here digging deep into your trauma. And you're literally going in with your scuba gear. You're not in here pussyfooting around with the snorkel. You're going deep because you're not a coward. You're very courageous, going deep into your subconscious, into your feelings, into your emotions, and empowering yourself and recognizing that you never deserved any of this. All of the projections, all of the defamation. You didn't deserve any of it. There's a big hole in my heart that I cannot fill on my own. And? How is that our problem, collective? Are we just supposed to deplete ourselves until we have nothing left? Trying to help them and be constantly there for them at their beck and call, to be their bitch, where they get to treat us like absolute shit and get away with it? How does that make sense, really? How does that really make sense? Welcome in, Alyssa. It's too late. I moved on and do not wish to reconnect. They hope it's not too late, and they do want to reconnect. Because now they're actually thinking that maybe you can save them. Now they're actually wanting to take you seriously because their life's the whole fucking shithole pile. They hope it's not too late because you moved on already. This connection bores me to death. I need something more exciting. Yeah. It's not boring them now. They wish they would have listened to you a long time ago. They thought it was boring at first. They thought you were boring. They thought you were weak. They thought you were useless. Now you're the shit. Now you're the healer. Now you're the shaman. Now you're the teacher. That's what happens when they throw you in the pit. That's when they throw you to the wolves and you come back leading the pack. Isn't that funny? Welcome in, Veronica and Vero. My pride and ego got hurt, so I wanted revenge. I wanted to hurt you too. Meanwhile, you weren't out hurting them. All you did is walk away. You could have slapped them upside the fucking head and punched them in the throat. Maybe they would have got the message. Right? Maybe they would have got the message. Maybe they would have left you the fuck alone. Right? Maybe they like it rough. But then again, they might have got turned on by that. Right? So you walked away and their pride got hurt. Their ego got hurt. Make it make sense. I'm finally seeing my worth yet. I still feel unworthy of your love. You're not seeing your self-worth. You can't compete where you don't compare. And if you're not willing to level the fuck up, you're not going to meet me where I am. And this goes for you too, collective. They're not going to meet you where you are with all the healing that you've done. They say, oh, don't do that. Don't level up. Don't elevate because you'll be lonely at the top. It's fucking peaceful up here. Do you understand? For the most part, when you're not dealing with the stupid projection bullshit, it's peaceful. You get to love your solitude. and the peace. When you end up in this unbothered, healed energy, it's very peaceful. It's always been an inside job, collective, and it takes empowerment, it takes courage to get there, but it's worth it. And if you want to book a counseling session with me on how to work on that, I am available. I cannot listen to your voice, it affects my soul. Good. I'm an exorcist. It's supposed to affect your soul. It's supposed to affect the deepest parts of you. I'm going to irritate the fuck out of your demons. Plan on it. I feel empty and hollow inside. I can't open up right now. Give me a break. The thing is, collective, is that you are opening up. The thing is that you're not feeling empty inside. You're not feeling hollow. You're feeling very full, very whole as an individual. Because of the healing that you've done. Because of the empowerment. Because of the integrity that you hold. And the good intention. And the healing that you've done. This is why you are in this energy of feeling whole. Because you've done the work. And the fact that you're opening up and sharing your story, you're sharing your experience, you're sharing the situation that you've gone through and how you've elevated, you're helping other people. Welcome in, Sarah. I didn't mean to push you out last night. If you would have been kicking it with me, I would have gave you a reading. I was calling out your name last night like crazy. And you didn't bother showing back up, so... I just hadn't got to members yet, and I was in the middle of a personal reading. Right? Oh, okay. No biggie either way. It's all good. I pushed you away because I do not want the responsibility. They didn't want the responsibility to take care of themselves and heal. Because you were calling them on all their filthy ass bullshit. They didn't want to take responsibility for themselves, collective. And that's the rough part about not taking accountability. That's the rough side of being a narcissist. And this is why they're so insecure, and this is why they're such a fucking coward. And this is why they don't like healed individuals, and this is why they try to tear you apart to make themselves feel powerful. Okay, so as you stand in your power and as you rise above and you shine, you're going to irritate their demons. And 9 times out of 10, every narcissist has an entity attachment because of their insecurities and unhealed wounds. It makes them susceptible to that. And they're out here thinking that they're powerful, ripping people apart, and meanwhile they're being puppeteered by darkness. They're a fucking puppet to the darkness. Alyssa Jane, make sure that the bell is clicked and all is selected rather than just personalized. It's more than just a subscribe. And make sure that your phone is set to receive YouTube notifications. Okay? I'm going through a roller coaster of emotions and I won't admit it. Of course they won't, collective. Of course they won't. Why would they admit? Why would they admit that? You're out here being vulnerable, sharing your feelings, sharing your thoughts, sharing your emotions, and they're being a coward, locked up bottle of pent up toxicity. Because they're nothing but a fucking toxic coward. And they have nobody to blame but themselves because they choose to not take accountability for their fucked up shit. But somehow they want to make you the problem. Welcome in, Sindan. Veronica, welcome in. You have become too difficult for me to handle. That's a big turnoff. Good. Good. I didn't want to turn these toxic motherfuckers on to begin with. I don't know about you, collective. I just wanted them to leave me the fuck alone and stay the fuck out of my life. That's it. That's all. Easy peasy. It's really not that fucking complicated to just leave me the fuck alone, is it? No, but you had to be out here fucking trying to destroy me, right? What about you, collective? Pretty well same thing? What's this one? I feel abandoned by you and it's triggering my childhood traumas. Well, heal that shit. How about you heal that shit? How about you stop being such a fucking coward and heal that shit? Turn your pain to power instead of turning your pain to chaos for other people. They are crashing out, Sarah. They're crashing out and it's quite embarrassing, to be honest. And I warned them 2 years ago that this was going to come. And I gave 2 years to heal. 2 whole years. I created the ability to make myself available to help them deal with their shit. And I waited. And I waited. And I waited. I don't have to listen to you. You're nothing but a baby. Oh, really? I pushed you away because I did not want the responsibility. Yeah. Now they're having to take responsibility for what they've done. For all the chaos they created. It's haunting them, collective. It's making them feel more guilty now than what it did before they even met you. It's just added to the shit pile. I have many regrets that keep me from moving forward. I bet you do. I feel unworthy of having love in my life. I feel miserable and lost. Give me a break. Cry me a fucking river. How about you try loving yourself for starters, instead of trying to be dependent on other people to feel that? Instead of feeling miserable and lost, that's where you find yourself. You find yourself in the sadness. You get to the point where that sadness will become the catalyst for your growth. But if you're not willing to sit with that sadness and face it, what do you expect? What, you just going to let it go and miss the blessing out of that lesson of your self-worth? You're going to just put a mask on and make it like you're happy and act it all out like you're happy? Meanwhile, you're dying inside? You call that authentic? Oh, you're faking it till you make it, right? How's that going for you? Holy shit, he's ripping them a new one tonight. My goodness. Yeah, I heard that. I have things going on in my life that require my full attention. Oh, really? More like distractions. They're more or less distractions. Right? Because they don't want to look at the truth. They don't want to look at what they actually need to look at. Right? They don't want to face it. Heaven forbid they want to take accountability for their fucked up bullshit they caused. But apparently they're the victim. They're out here trying to sabotage your life and make you the victim so they're not the victim. Right? They're trying to gain some sort of sense of control, sense of power for ripping you apart, when you've done nothing but nurture and love and be compassionate to them. And now that you do not have an ounce of compassion to give them left, now apparently it's a problem. Like, really? Make it make sense. Like, some people's fucking children, man. These dumbasses need to give their fucking heads a shake. They're ultimately the reason why the world is so fucking chaotic right now. You know that? They are the cause of all this chaos in the world right now. And their unaccountability of wanting to heal and empower themselves in order to rise above and create a union of unity within humanity. No, they want to be out here destroying things and creating division. Right? They want everybody out here suffering. Right? Because they think that they've got it in the bag. They think that they got everything figured out. They think that they got control of things and they're puppeteering everybody and da-da-da-da-da. Meanwhile, they're in the process of an ego death. They're in the process of their whole lives about to fall apart. Because all the slaves are waking up. They're out here thinking that they're going to build robots to take all these jobs after all these people die. They're out here enacting population control and eugenics and getting people to trust the process. So many people got duped. It's definitely disheartening and tragic. And now all the files get all locked up and redacted for the next 15 years because there's way too many reports of different ailments that's happened because of the bullshit. So now they have to hide all the information in order to not get called out on for being an absolute asshat, for inciting eugenics upon humanity. If the truth actually comes out, I'll tell you right now, it's already happening, but the truth is going to piss us off and then it will set us free. And the thing is that once people start to actually see the truth for what it is, a lot of people are going to lose all respect for these so-called systems that are in play. They're already crumbling. Okay? They're already crumbling. And they're ultimately inciting this chaos. And this is what I'm talking about, collective. We need to work together as a community because the only way that we're going to get through this is if we work together. Beyond all of these so-called systems, we have to start working together and find unity, not division. Okay? We need to start supporting each other. We need to, as a community and as a humanity, we need to get the fucking homeless people off the street. Okay? Because there are so many people that are talented that have been literally left for dead. On purpose. I'm not the only one. I was left for dead by my ex. I was left for dead by my family. They don't give a fuck about me. And yet I have people all around the world supporting me. Which I am absolutely grateful for. When people come together and they support people, good things happen. And I'm literal proof of that. Because if it wasn't for the divine and if it wasn't for you, my collective, my tribe, my supporters, I am literal proof as to what community and humanity can do. Okay? Not everybody out here on social services or social assistance or whatever, disability or whatever, are all chucked up on drugs and have no use for the world. Okay? Not everybody's like a druggie. Nobody, you know, I've just quit smoking weed. I quit drinking. I'm in the process of slowing back on cigarettes. I went from 3.5 packs a week, if not 4 packs a week, almost a pack a day, when I was in the height of my smoking. I was almost a pack a day. And now I'm down to 2 packs a week. Maybe a pack a week. That's roughly about 3 or 4 cigarettes a day. So I'm doing everything in my power to rise above and to be my most authentic version, to heal, to be and set an example. And I'm going on 43, and I've been smoking since I was 9 years old. Why would I stop smoking weed before cigarettes, though? Mainly because after I smoke cigarettes, or after I smoke weed, I want to smoke a cigarette. So I quit weed. It was a bit of an emotional situation. You kind of crash out. But the crash out finally leaves and goes away, and you're good to go again. But now it's cigarettes and coffee. Those are my only two addictions that I have left. And it's a bit of a hit or miss because I went to the point where I quit drinking coffee for a little while. I started drinking tea, right? But I find with myself, I would sooner have a cigarette with a coffee than have a cigarette with a tea. I can have tea and I can switch to matcha if I want to, or herbal tea. And it's just the caffeine. It's the caffeine, right? And tea has more caffeine than coffee does, from what I've heard. So I'm in the process of weaning myself off of cigarettes. Once I get to the point where I'm almost pretty well good with the cigarettes, I'm going to omit the coffee at the same time and switch to tea. I might switch to matcha because it's got antioxidants and it's got goodness in it. And then, yeah, I'm going to go that way. I'm going to go that route. I'm going to start making shakes again. But I could have been an alcoholic. But I healed the reason why I was drinking in the first place. No, I don't want to do the patches. No, I tried the patches and the patches made me feel sick. But I wanted to make sure that I quit drinking because the last time I quit for 30 days back in May of 2016, I think. And so what, that was 10 years ago? I don't know. And I ended up going out with a friend to the bar and I went and had a beer. And the first thing I wanted to do is have a cigarette. So I was like, you know what? No. I want to make sure I'm done drinking. I want to make sure that I healed that first before I went any further with it. And I find that the patches are a heck of a lot more harmful than the actual cigarettes. There's these lozenges that I have. They seem to... I was trying them out, and these lozenges are relatively harmless. They've got like a 2 milligram tobacco, so they take out the edge. They take the edge off. So I'm gonna try them. Yeah, the gum. I tried the gum and whoa. Because the gum, you want to have it and you want to chew on the gum, right? And I'm staying away from the vapes. I'm not doing the vapes either because of the popcorn lung. And I really don't like the vape because it brings you back to the whole idea of the sensation of smoking, and it doesn't curb anything. Because then eventually you got to get off the vape. Like, no. and then you're still sitting there smoking. And then there was the quick mist. And the quick mist, I couldn't even take a full squirt. I'd just take a little spritz off of it, and it worked, but it tasted like crap. It tasted like yuck. I'd rather just have a little candy and put a candy in my mouth and just have that on the side of my mouth and just go about my day. Because then eventually I can swap those candies out for just a different candy, like a Mentos, for instance. Yeah, weed, it took me 3.5 weeks, give or take. Olives? No, thank you. Do what you gotta do, but... No, I don't want to have anything to do with smoking after I'm done. I'm good. So we're going to get in the tarot. Actually, no, not yet. Going to get into one other oracle here. I did all the other oracles. Spirit's saying there's a triple threat tarot coming up. So we're going to do a triple threat tarot. The wild card's coming out twice on the cut. Somebody's not wanting to communicate with you, but I'm hearing they know they have to communicate something to you. Somebody's failing to communicate. There's something about your intuition that you're like literally right on the money. You've already gone through this metamorphosis. You're turned into the butterfly. They can't catch you anymore. You've elevated to the point where they can't get in your energy anymore. All right, Spirit, what's the scoop? Yeah, they've got no strength. They don't have the strength that you have, collective. They lost all their strength coming for you. There's a wild card. Yet again. Yep, they're totally unbalanced. And this is the whole thing. They wanted to take away your strength. They wanted to take you out of balance. And here they are. Yep, they wanted you losing your vision. They didn't want you having any inner strength. Yeah, they wanted you losing control of your vision. And causing you bad luck. Yeah, and testing your patience. And they were really out here trying to sabotage you. They weren't playing. They were out here trying to literally sabotage everything that you were building for yourself. Testing your patience, seeing how you would react, seeing if you were going to snap out. That's what they wanted. They wanted you snapping out, acting a fool. So that way they could say, see, look, they're unhinged. They need to be put away. Yeah. They didn't want you letting go, and they didn't want you necessarily hanging on. They just wanted you in limbo. And that's clarifying the balance in reverse. They were definitely not loyal to you. And now they're in nothing but self-reflection about this bad luck that they're receiving. And their life is literally out of control right now. Yep, because they're dependent. They're dependent on the imbalance of you and your experience. They're dependent on the fact that you're losing vision. They're dependent on the fact that you're losing control. They're dependent on the fact that you're not allowed to, you can't let go of this. You're supposed to hold on to this. You're supposed to be in remediation and repeating these cycles over and over and over and over and over again. They're dependent on that. Because when you're in this energy and you're unbalanced, you've lost your vision, you've lost your balance, you've lost control, you've lost your endurance, you've lost your inner strength, you've lost your patience, they're happy. And they get to puppeteer you. They get power out of it. But guess what, collective? You're protected. They can't do shit to you anymore. And anything they come at you with is going to basically admit their guilt. Yep. And that's why they're wanting it to remain a mystery. That's why they've been throwing rocks and hiding their hands, because they don't want to come in and admit their guilt. They know the gaslighting ain't working. Right? They didn't want you growing. They didn't want you having any type of anything coming in for you. Yeah. They didn't want you out here exploring new ideas, new things. They wanted you trapped. They wanted you lacking boundaries. And they wanted you dropping your boundaries and trusting them. All over again, to do it all over. So don't drop your boundaries, keep your boundaries up. Because they didn't want any new beginnings coming in for you. They didn't want you having any growth. They didn't want you to be exploring new opportunities. They wanted you trapped, but you're out here being productive. Yep. And you're still being gentle to yourself. You're still being compassionate. And that's the thing, right? They didn't want you having these new beginnings so that way you couldn't take any leadership. And this is why they were sending you bad luck, because they didn't want you stepping into this leadership position. They wanted you carrying a lot of heavy shit. Heavy emotions. Yep, they wanted to thwart your passion. They wanted to thwart your productivity. To keep you from being productive and passionate. They didn't want you going through any type of transition. They wanted you lacking boundaries. And you've been innocent the whole time. You're not getting your hands dirty. And this is why they're not communicating with you, because as soon as they come in to communicate with you, they're anticipating. Right? This is why you haven't received any communication, because they're guilty for what they've done. They don't want to apologize. Why would they want to take accountability? It's admitting it's admitting their guilt. It's admitting that the fact that they did the shit that they did. And that's why they're silent. That's why you're not hearing from any of them. Because any true individual that isn't toxic, and, you know, they wouldn't be doing that to begin with. And anybody that actually valued you and actually was loyal to you, they would be coming forward and be like, yo, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what the situation is, but just know that I'm not involved with all that other shit. And I want to make sure that you know that I'm loyal, that I'm still a friend, I'm still family, I'm still this, I'm still that. And I'm here for you, and I'm willing to stand for you. But because behind the scenes, behind closed doors, they were throwing rocks and hiding their hands with all the other ones, they can't do that. Because they're going to make themselves look like an absolute fool. Because the truth will come out. Everything that was done in the dark is coming out. And I do feel that there is going to be communication coming in. And it's really kind of giving an ultimatum. It's either you go tell them the truth, or I'm going to go tell them the truth. And once I tell them the truth, because I'm not part of this fuck shit. So if I tell them the truth, then they're going to know. For sure. They didn't want you having the perseverance that you have, but here you are. You're going through transition, collective. And they can't stop it. And they're being left behind, and this cycle is over. They can't continue this cycle anymore. It's not happening. The cat is out of the bag, is what I'm hearing from Spirit. And just the fact that they aren't owning up to shit, and they're not admitting their guilt, and they're not apologizing, because you know exactly what's going on. You know how they acted. Some of this, for some of you, this is your actual family that's pretty well deserted you. And just them deserting you and leaving you for dead is admittance to their guilt. Because if they were anything of a family or a loyal friend, they'd be standing beside you and they'd be supporting you. But no, they pretty well left you for fucking dead. They left you to rot in a ditch somewhere. And for some of you, it was all for a bunch of money. Which is sad. It's sad and embarrassing. And in my case, my grandmother left me a whole bunch of money. And the whole family's resentful about it. Because she left me pretty well everything. She left me the house. She left me a whole bunch of money. They would have set me up. I would have been able to open up my own business. I would have been able to help build up a community center and get people off the street. And get people into programs to get them trained, get them working. And bring people back to their purpose. I'd not only be helping myself, I'd be helping other people, I'd be helping my family, because it was supposed to be a family business. But my family didn't want to have a family business, they just wanted to spend all the money and live off the money. And leave me to suffer. And the reason why they've been trying to off me and try to get me to off myself, so that way they could keep their hands clean. And that way they could get away with the money. They've already spent over half of it. And my mother outright said, "You're not getting anything. You're not getting a dime." Meanwhile, she spent $100,000 right in front of me. She could have got me my car. She could have paid off my car right then and there. She could have helped me get my teeth fixed right then and there. But she gave me $1,500 for the down payment. And I worked my ass off to try to keep that car, to pay off double. Meanwhile, I could have went in there with $12,900 and took it right off the lot. But no, I had to pay over $24,000 for a car that I had for 7 years. That would have ended up costing me another $11,500 just to get it fixed. So it went to the wreckers. Thanks, Mom. And you wonder why I'm pissed off? And she's out here saying that I disowned her. No, I walked away because I cut my fucking losses. And she spent more money on her friends that she doesn't even talk to anymore than she did her own family. And she's calling me selfish. The audacity is thick with that one. Meanwhile, had I been able to open up my business her whole life, she would have been set. She would have been set. She would have been situated. I would have took care of her. I would have took care of my grandfather, would have took care of my aunt and uncle, would have took care of my cousins. But no, they didn't want to be part of it. I would have put them all through school and put them all through training, so that way they could come in and work with the business, and we could be making a lot of money and helping the communities, just like my grandmother wanted it to happen. My grandmother fostered over 200 children, 200 kids. And because of my grandfather's greed and bullshit, she ended up losing her license. And then she ended up getting sick and getting cancer. And she fought over 25 years with cancer. All because of his bullshit. And then my grandmother was in a wheelchair because of a mishap with a colonoscopy. I can't even say it. But they went up with the scope to check her out. And they ruptured her bowel. And she went sepsis and went into a coma. She came out of that in a wheelchair. And I got her to the point where she was actually able to stand up and walk around with assistance. And my grandfather told me to stop. But I'm the selfish one. I'm the one that's the problem. And then that's why they want me to off myself. So they actually have a hitman come out and take me out of Ontario for a little while. play like they love me and shit, and then they leave me for dead right before Christmas time. Hoping that I would just off myself. And then they could get their cut from my inheritance. Spirit, guides, protectors, angels, ancestors, divine light. What is the message that the collective needs to know? What is the energy check-in through the tarot? Only the best blessed messages can come through. Anything that we need to know, anything that we need to pay attention to, anything that we need to be aware of, allow it to be brought through the cards or any channeled messages. Thank you for guiding, guarding, and protecting me. We got the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom of the deck, guys. What's the scoop? What do we need to know right now? Page of Wands. So this is about being inspired. Okay? There very well could be somebody coming in with a message of inspiration. There could be some sort of intention or action being taken to come in to support a possible new idea, new beginning. This could be on a personal level where you need to be inspired about a new possible idea, a new possible vision, a new possible intention, allowing your intuition to guide you in this. What else? Thank you, Puck. I'm trying my best there, Renee. The Four of Pentacles. This is about service work. This is about being of service. This is about giving back to others rather than keeping it for yourself. It's not about your own foundation collective. It's about humanity's foundation. It's about working together as a community. To be inspired to give back is very significant here. And sometimes the Four of Pentacles represents giving of what you owe or whatever the case may be, but I feel like this is community service work to giving back. Nine of Pentacles. This is about standing in your solid foundation, standing in your independence, standing for what you feel is necessary to build that foundation, being independent, being self-assured, knowing that you have the foundation to build on, not only for yourself, but to provide for others as well. The Six of Cups in the reverse. So a lot of this with the Six of Cups, it's about nostalgia, it's about the past, it's about looking back, it's about the emotions that you bring from the past, it's about the emotions that you hold from the past. But it's about moving towards the future, looking towards the future, looking towards what is still possible, right? Leaving the past behind you and moving forward. The Six is also about reciprocity, right? And I'm really kind of picking up lemons to lemonade, or lemon meringue pie is coming to mind, because I'd sooner have some lemon meringue pie than lemonade, to be honest. So, yeah. There's something about turning lemons to lemonade, or, you know, it's bittersweet. Okay? Because everything that you've dealt with, everything that you've had to deal with, everything that you've overcome, everything that you've endured, if you're turning your pain to power, there's definitely a reciprocity there, as long as you can turn those lemons and make that lemon meringue pie. If you have the right ingredients, it's there, right? Yeah, we got the Death card in reverse, so this is about rebirth, okay? The Death card right side up, this is more or less things ending, cycles ending, okay? Relationships, habits, thought forms, perspectives, whatever, it's ending out, it's not going to be renewed. And I'm picking up the Destroyer in the reverse from the Oracle deck. With this, it's about ending out these cycles so that way new can be birthed, right? New can come in. And I do feel that there's definitely a rebirth by moving forward. You're moving into an energy of rebirth. You're leaving the past behind you. You're shedding the old skin, making room for new beautiful possibilities. And I think this is very significant moving forward. And this is why you need to stay inspired, okay, about giving back. And I'm really kind of picking up like a ripple effect of your independence, right? About moving forward with this independence, because it is going to bring a rebirth, not only to you, but the people around you by the examples that you set. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, if you'd like to reach out to me for a personal, you're more than welcome to, honey. The Hermit in the reverse, this is about recognizing the divine light that's within you, that you've always had, okay? And recognizing that once and for all, your worth, your value, your integrity, your self-love, recognizing that you do have that divine light of life itself within you, and allowing that divine light to guide you. Okay? And this is that rebirth. This is all about that rebirth. Are we going with 6 or 7? Okay. Hugs to your pet, their puck. Celestial hugs. Yeah, so we got the Four of Swords out here. Okay? But it's on its side. So I get the feeling that with this being said, that somebody wanted you numb to your inspiration. They wanted you numb to the ability of giving back. They didn't want you giving back. They didn't want you being inspired to give back. They wanted you out here looking selfish. They wanted you out here begging. Okay? Meanwhile, you're out here having a rebirth. You're trying to find your independence. You're trying to move forward. You're trying to give back to the community. You're trying to be inspired. You're trying to move forward. Having this rebirth, finding your inner light. And they're out here not wanting you to rest, not wanting you to be able to recuperate, not wanting you to be empowered, not giving a fuck if whether or not you were in anxiety or panic. They just wanted you numb. Spirit's saying for me to turn this right side up, so I'm going to do that. And for the assholes that they're saying, well, what is he hearing in his head? No, it's telepathic, kind of energetic downloads that I get from Spirit. It's not that I have voices in my head and I hear people talking. It's not like that. It's energetic intentions through you know what I'm talking about. Telekinetics. That's what I meant to say. Oh, clarify. Clarify. All right. All right, Spirit, what's the clarification on this? And what other deck am I going to... Okay. All right. I'm asking a question and it's giving me the answer before I even have a chance to get the question out. You tend to get to learn when you become very sensitive with energy. You definitely get to learn the lingo. $12 here. So somebody's been trying to keep you in the dark, collective. Somebody's trying to keep you from having happiness. Somebody's trying to keep you from being inspired, from illuminating certain things, from being seen as well. Okay? What's the clarification for Page of Wands? Yeah, Five of Pentacles. So you're building a new foundation for yourself. You're not being left out in the cold like they want you to be. They don't... You're not worthless. You're not useless. Okay? You're finding your worth. You know that you have value. Sweet dreams, James. What's the clarification for the Four of Pentacles reversed? The Two of Pentacles. So they ultimately wanted you out here spending every dime that you had and being totally unbalanced, not being able to save, not being able to balance things out. They wanted you juggling way too much. They ultimately wanted you suffering. The Nine of Pentacles. The Two of Wands on its side. So they didn't want you moving forward. They didn't want you having a new beginning. They didn't want you moving through any type of thresholds. They didn't want you having any new inspiring partnerships. They didn't want you to walk away from their emotional bullshit. And they did not want you walking towards any type of purpose. They ultimately wanted they wanted you brokenhearted and in your feelings and in your emotions, with the inability to move on to calmer waters, to move on to new horizons, to actually have purpose in the world. And here you are out here trying to gain your independence. If this isn't confirmation for what I just was speaking on before this reading, I don't know what is. Okay? And the fact that they didn't want you meeting this threshold to move on through this, into this new beginning, it's infuriating, collective. Absolutely infuriating. It's your 5th TikTok account. Why do you bother, Sarah? I never been bothered with TikTok because I've seen the multiple different videos of people crying their eyes out about getting up to over 100,000 people on their TikTok and then it just disappearing. All that work gone for nothing. Do you honestly think I want to put that much work in a stupid ass app that's just going to rip your fucking heart out? And you're on your 5th TikTok? Come on now, honey. Anyway, 6 of Cups reversed. No shade, hun. No shade. 6 of Cups reversed. Continue moving forward because there's major opportunities coming in for you. And Spirit's saying they can't stop this from happening. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Death card reversed. The Empress. So you're tapping into Empress energy, collective. You're tapping into this energy of nurturing, of building a new business, building a new idea. You're tapping into this new idea of being a healer, maybe. Birthing a new idea. There's definitely something fertile about you. And this is your rebirth. The Hermit, the King of Cups, somebody tried to thwart your awakening. Somebody tried to keep you from seeing your inner light and allowing your inner light to guide you. They've been basically relentlessly trying to thwart you this whole time by emotionally manipulating you. They didn't want you recognizing your own power. They did not want you stepping into it. And it's blowing up in their face, because here you are out here in your independence, having a rebirth anyway, moving forward. Yep, the Hermit in reverse. With the Four of Swords, you're still getting your rebirth regardless of what they think. You're still recognizing that inner light. You're still moving forward. And they're bothered by this, collective. The fact you're allowing the divine and the divine light within you to guide you. And with this Four of Swords on its side, they didn't want you healing. They didn't want you moving forward. They didn't want you resting. They didn't want you recuperating from all that cockamamie-ass bullshit that they tried to throw at you. And I'm really picking up on a Pisces and or a Cancer individual. Masculine. They thought they were clever, but they're unbelievably stupid. What are we going to next? Okay. Citadel it is. Okay, so what's the clarification on this? The Five of Pentacles reversed and the Page of Wands. The Air. Unseen potential and hesitation. So they did not want you seeing your potential, but here you are. You're seeing your potential. Okay? They wanted you hesitating, but look at you, all inspired and shit, and finding a new foundation anyway, despite what they wanted for you. Eat shit, karmics. They wanted you literally feeling worthless and out in the cold. What's the Four of Pentacles reversed and the Two of Pentacles reversed? What's that? The King. Control, reversal of fortune, celebration, family. So they ultimately, you know, I feel like because you want to give back to the community, they took from you, right? They tried to control that. And they tried to do that by making it seem like you were unbalanced, that you weren't capable of having such things. Like, for instance, they literally tried to make me look unstable my whole life, so that way I would look erratic and that I wouldn't be capable of actually handling that type of money. Meanwhile, my grandmother and I, we already discussed as to what I would have done with it. That's why she left it to me in the first place. Right? But they go behind my back and they steal it anyway. And as far as I'm concerned, the family celebrated it. They celebrated the whole idea. And the thing is that they wanted me to have a reversal of my fortune. I don't know about you, put it in your own situation. Right? They wanted control of it. Okay? This is why they created this imbalance. Right? And they wanted you in this energy of always owing something. It's like you owed them for something. And because they were so snaky, had you got what was allocated to you, chances are you wouldn't have gave them anything. Because of their bullshit toxicity. So they took it anyway. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care that you suffered. But this awakened you to the truth. It allowed you to reflect on the truth. It woke you up. It brought you to the true intentions. Thank you, Renee. It brought you to the true intentions of who they are and what they were all about. What's the Nine of Pentacles, the Two of Wands, the Chariot, and the Eight of Cups? Wow. The Priest in the reverse. So perseverance and faith. So they didn't want you having any faith trying to find independence. They didn't want you having any faith. Okay? They didn't want you having any faith. They didn't want you being able to move forward. They didn't want you to have... they very well could have sabotaged my car too, collective. I don't know about you. At this point, I wouldn't put it past them. And they didn't want me moving to brighter horizons either. I totally vibe with this reading. And I'm out here trying to find my independence, and they're screwing me over left, right, and center. Trying to sabotage my independence. That's probably why they hired a hitman to come take me out of Ontario when I had my bus job. Because I really enjoyed my bus job. I was finally finding stability with that bus job. And had I started my channel back then, I would have been okay. I would have been able to get in on my channel, and I would have been able to do my bus run, and I would have been okay. I'd be pulling in, give or take, $1,700 a month, if not more. Almost $2,000 a month. I would have been all right to get my own place, and I would have been stable. But they tried to ruin all that shit. They didn't want me persevering, and I don't think they wanted you persevering either, because you were stepping into your independence. You were finally stable. And they couldn't have that. They wanted you acting erratic. They wanted you looking unstable. They wanted you looking unhinged, so that way that it would prove that you weren't able to handle this money. What's the Six of Cups and the Eight of Wands? The Waker, yeah. They didn't want you awakening. They didn't want you moving forward. They didn't want you seeing the truth. But it's all coming in. The awareness is evident now. The reflection. They didn't want you reflecting. They didn't want you aware of what they were wanting to do. They were coming at you with left, right, and center. To the point where you were dizzy. You didn't know what the fuck to do. Didn't know what to think. And it's all because you decided to move forward and heal the past. The Empress and the Death card. Self-protection, dual natures. You allowed your darkness and your light to become one. Your masculine and feminine to become one. Not only were you nurturing, but you were protective. And this allowed your rebirth to happen because you created boundaries, right? But you stayed nurturing, you stayed loving, you stayed kind, right? Where your darkness and your light became one to create a shadow. The Hermit and the King of Cups reversed. Yeah. Ambition, diligence, and setbacks, the Spariant. So, yeah, they tried to create setbacks by getting you emotionally unhinged, by keeping you from stepping into this hermit mode. They wanted you isolated. They didn't want you in solitude. They didn't want you being in this ambitious ability and diligent. So they wanted you to cause you setbacks. They wanted you brokenhearted. They wanted you in your emotions. They wanted you isolated, but you used this isolation as solitude. What's the Four of Swords and the Hermit reversed? Yeah. The loss that they wanted for you, collective, the loss, the risks, they wanted you gambling your life away. Right? You're not taking the bait. And I know they're sending a whole bunch of gambling bullshit to my email, thinking that I'm going to take the bait and go gamble all my money away. It's not working. It goes to my junk mail and it goes to the trash bin. Nice try. And you're an idiot for spamming my emails with that shit. You know who you are. I'm not stupid. Yeah, they didn't want you leaving a legacy, but you're going to leave a legacy. They didn't want you out here being loyal. They wanted you chained up. And they wanted you riddled with broken promises. This is how they tried to get you in your emotions. This is how they tried to screw you up and screw you over. Yep, Six of Swords. You were inspired to walk away, collective. And this is what's building your new foundation. And you're recognizing your potential. You're recognizing that all of this bullshit chaos was just meant to make you hesitate. That was the whole idea. All the chaos that they were creating for you, since you've cut it out, it's been quite peaceful. But they've done absolutely everything to create chaos where you're concerned. Yeah. Two of Swords, reversed. And the Divine's been guiding you through all of this deception. Throughout all this fog. Because they ultimately wanted to keep you in the dark. They didn't want you to be seen. Okay. This one too? Yeah, they wanted you self-sabotaging. Where's this going? 9. Okay. Where's this going? 6. Okay. Okay. So they didn't want you being seen and they didn't want you giving back. They just wanted you basically spending all your money. They wanted you unbalanced. They wanted to reverse your fortune. They were basically celebrating this, collective. The fact that they were leaving you in the dark. Vile and evil. Okay, they wanted you out here sabotaging your independence. not being able to persevere, having absolutely no faith, not being able to move forward, spinning your wheels, not having any purpose. And any purpose that you did have, they wanted it blowing up in your face. The ability to move forward, they wanted you moving into a fog, so that way you were not aware, that way you could not reflect. And they were throwing so much at you, so that way there was a fog. And the thing is the divine, you didn't have all the information, you didn't have all the information, you didn't have all the downloads, you didn't have the direction, because you were still fogged up by the deception. That was the whole plan. And the divine still guided you into your rebirth. You were protecting yourself. You were allowing your darkness and your light to protect yourself, your masculine and feminine, to protect and nurture you. And the divine guided you through this rebirth. And they didn't anticipate that. You'll be all right there, Cody. If you have to get a restraining order, get a restraining order. If they show up. But I feel restraining orders are pointless. They don't do shit. They sent in a love interest and a love offer because you were being insightful, because you went within, you found your inner light, it was guiding you towards a brighter future. Okay, and they had to thwart your ambitions, they had to thwart your diligence, and they had to create setbacks for you. So they sent in some sort of a love situation to emotionally manipulate you and break you. And this love was supposed to show up like it was the best thing since sliced bread. But it was ultimately what was supposed to end you. And you still bounce back from that. Despite it all, collective. Did I stutter? Did I stutter? They wanted you put to rest. Everything that they want, everything that you were doing, everything that you were building on, they wanted you to lose it. They wanted you to basically gamble your life away. It was the ultimate betrayal. What's the Six of Swords? The Six of Swords is being clarified by the Six of Swords collective. The Sun in the reverse. The Knight of Swords. Even so, they wanted you in the dark. They wanted you looking unbalanced. You still spoke up. You still spoke your mind. You still took action. The Empress reversed. And ultimately, I feel because you spoke up, this is why they were trying to keep you in the dark. They didn't want you being seen. And don't you feel that it's a little funny that I'm sitting here and this is all coming out into the cards, right? And now I have like 19 people. The Devil in the reverse. Right? So they wanted you out here self-sabotaging your independence, right? But you're out here kicking demons out of your experience. Right? They didn't want you persevering. They didn't want you having any faith. And they're out here trying to make you a sacrifice, and you denounced it. And I think this is how they tried to screw up your forward movement with your car, to make you a sacrifice. They wanted you dead. But the divine said no. Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. I know my car was sabotaged, collective. I know without a doubt. I'm no mechanic, but I know my car was sabotaged 100% without a fucking doubt in my mind. The Ace of Swords reversed. The Fool. They wanted me questioning everything because of the fog. They didn't want me being aware. They didn't want me in reflection. They didn't want me, you know. They were out here making me look like a pathological liar when I was telling the truth the whole time. All because I was moving forward. They didn't want me to move forward. And I had opportunities coming in for me, left, right, and center. So this is why they were trying to have me put out. Because I'm very talented. I have a 6-page fucking resume. I've got a winning resume. But they wanted me questioning absolutely everything. And they wanted me out here in the fog. When I'm a very honest, very transparent individual. 2 of Swords with the reverse. 9 of Swords. The divine told me the truth. I don't know about you, collective. Put it where it belongs with you. I'm totally vibing with this reading. So I'm just using my own experience as the catalyst here. Okay? But they tried to put you in a dark night of the soul. Okay? When you were entering this Empress energy. Very abundant, very nurturing energy. Right? The divine guided you through this rebirth. You were protecting yourself. You allowed your darkness and your light to guide you through this. Your masculine and your feminine to guide you through this. You allowed the divine to help you through this. And it pulled you out of this dark night of the soul that they tried to put you in. Which again is something that they did not anticipate. The Lovers. This love offer was to take away your abundance. The Ace of fucking Pentacles. To take you away and out of your solid foundation. to take you away from any type of, basically make you lose out on your money, on everything, by emotionally manipulating you, by causing you setbacks, by making you lose everything, by taking away your ambition, leaving you with no diligence, all by bringing in a fake-ass love offer. Three of Swords. Did I fucking stutter? The Ace of fucking Cups in the reverse. With the Three of Swords. And the Seven of Swords in the reverse. Clarifying the Empress in reverse. So they wanted you out here self-sabotaging yourself and your independence by making you a sacrifice to some sort of fucking idiot devil, okay, in order to get everything, to steal from you and whatever else. And now, apparently, what this is saying is that it's clarifying that everything that they did to make you a sacrifice, you're getting back and then some. You're getting like quadruple, or I don't even know what the number would be for 7 times, but you're getting 7 times the blessing. Double for your trouble, but so much more than that. And that came out because they literally broke your fucking heart. They tried to shatter you, betray you, have you lose absolutely everything that you were building for yourself. Does this go back in? Okay. What's the scoop with the Six of Swords? Hiding your true self in reverse, projection. So you weren't projecting. By you walking away, you were pretty well saving yourself. You weren't hiding. You weren't running away. You were saving yourself. You were trying to walk away from these projections, is what it's telling me. You were trying to walk away from the chaos that they were creating for you. The Knight of Swords and the Sun in the reverse. Yeah. They wanted everything that you were speaking up about. They were trying to keep you in the dark, right? Because they wanted you having, they wanted you regretting everything that you were saying. So this is why they were putting you in the dark. This is why they were trying to bring you pain and suffering and leave you in darkness. Because they wanted you to feel regret for speaking up about the dumbass snakes that were in your life. And because you took action, they wanted you to regret these actions. So this is why they tried to put it to the position where you were not being seen. You were constantly having to spend everything that you had in order to stay alive. You were living literally paycheck to paycheck. Right? They were trying to reverse your fortune and take control of everything that you were building for yourself. Constantly having you juggle. leaving you in regret. The Empress reversed and the Devil reversed. Yeah, they didn't want you having any new influence on anything. They didn't want you moving forward. They wanted to move you back. And this is how they were trying to do it, to get you to self-sabotage yourself. To get you to self-sabotage your independence. Make you a fucking blood sacrifice, keep you from persisting, keeping you from having any type of faith, keeping you from moving forward, sabotaging your movements, sabotaging your purpose, keeping you in this repetitive cycle of emotional abuse, not being able to move towards brighter horizons, having you lose faith of everything, and self-sabotaging. Not allowing you to sail away to calmer waters. Constantly on your ass, trying to get you sabotaged, trying to take every option, every possibility and ruin it for you. What's the Ace of Swords and the Fool? Both reversed. Yeah. They wanted you in a cloud of smoke, cloud of fog, questioning everything. Loyalty chains and promises in the reverse. So any promise anybody made you, they wanted to break it. Any type of loyalty that you had in your life, they wanted to sabotage it. Any type of freedom that you had, they wanted to chain it. Two of Swords and the Nine of Swords, both reversed. Yeah, they wanted to ruin your legacy. Divinely guided legacy, they wanted to sabotage it. They wanted to sabotage your rebirth. They didn't want you to be able to protect yourself. They didn't want you to balance things out. They didn't want you to be able to nurture and build a new business, build a new a prospect or a project or anything like that. And the truth came out. Because you went within yourself, the truth came out. The truth pissed you off, but it ultimately set you free. They didn't want you building anything. They didn't want you to be a parent. They didn't want you to have any type of legacy. And I think because of all of this shit, you didn't even want to have a parent. You didn't want to even be a parent because of all of this bullshit. They didn't want you leaving a legacy. They didn't want you to have any children. They didn't want you to have any type of life for yourself. The Lovers, okay. Delivering news, collaboration. They didn't want you collaborating, so this is why they sent this, yeah. That's why they sent this love interest in to ruin everything. Because they know that you wouldn't have taken it. They know that you wouldn't have dealt with it very well. This whole plan. They didn't know how to end you. They didn't know how to sabotage you. Because you were overcoming everything that they were throwing at you. So they sent in another love to rip you apart and have you off yourself instead. So that way you'd lose everything. And this card came out the reverse. So they did not want you seeing this. They didn't want you getting these messages. They did not want you having any type of collaboration. Thank you, Ian. Yeah. They kept you from being able to express yourself. They kept you from actually recognizing your strength by betraying you and ripping your fucking heart out. Creating all this loss and deception and betrayal. All to rip you apart. You weren't allowed to dance. You weren't allowed to express yourself. You weren't allowed to show your strength or to have any strength. They basically wanted to burn you the hell out. And I'm really getting this was all premeditated. Spirit, where do we go from here? Please give my collective some good news with this. Where do we go from here? Now that the cat's out of the bag, 6 of Swords pile. Where do we go from here? How do we rise above? Six of Pentacles. Success. By walking away, by no longer hiding your true self, this is your success. This is your way to success. Continue walking away. The Sun and the Knight of Swords pile. The Three of Wands reverse. Continue to speak up. Okay, because all this darkness, all it was to get you to try to miss out. They want you ultimately regretting what you've spoke on. What about the Empress reversed and the Devil reversed pile? Georgina, welcome in. Knight of Cups in reverse. So they ultimately tried to manipulate you. Emotionally manipulate you to be erratic and to basically end yourself. Right? They wanted you to self-sabotage yourself from the bitterness. The Fool and the Ace of Swords reversed. Yeah. They wanted you acting a fool. They wanted you out here looking like a tyrant, losing your absolute fucking mind. But you're not out here losing your mind, collective. You're out here very grounded, very much in a leadership position. And I got the disappointment card, the 5 of Cups, I think. Yeah, the 5 of Cups. So they wanted you ultimately brokenhearted and broken, busted, and disgusted. Princess of Discs. They wanted you unstable. They didn't want you going through this rebirth. They wanted you looking unhinged. They didn't want you nurturing any new prospects of stability. They didn't want you finding out the truth. The Ace of Pentacles and the Lovers, both. The Prince of Discs. Ultimately, they wanted you absolutely unstable. They wanted you unstable, they wanted you unbridled, they wanted you unhinged, acting an absolute fool. But you still found love within yourself, collective. You still chose you. You still alchemized it. Despite the fact that they wanted you broken, busted, disgusted, literally shattered. You still found your self-worth. You're still expressing yourself. You still found your inner strength. And you still rose above it all. And there's people out here bitter. Literally bitter at the fact that this is happening. The fact that you alchemized it all. Everything they threw at you. It proves your innocence. It proves your strength. It proves your integrity. Because you're not out here acting like an idiot like they wanted you to. That they projected you to be. You're bringing peace to the chaos. They didn't anticipate that. Where they didn't want you to change, you're changing. The Two of Pentacles, they wanted you to be unstable, you're finding peace. All of this Eight of Swords energy and bullshit, not happening. You got the Nine of Cups. You're very much within your fulfillment. You're walking away from their bullshit once and for all. You're very independent. You're standing in your power. And your cup's right side up. And it's filled with divine love. The Nine of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups, the Eight of Cups, walking towards brighter horizons. Nine of Cups, Eight of Swords, they wound you all up in your head with interference, inability to change, unbalanced. And with all that, you found peace. They wanted you disempowered. They were trying to take away your ability to see. I stand with you, Ian. You're good. It's all good. Collective, this reading really made me upset, but it validated quite a bit for me. I don't know about you. The fact that day after day after day after day after day I read the cards and it just keeps coming out different ways, different cards, different perspectives to validate what I feel inside, what my intuition has been speaking on. All the readings that I've given you that have been on point, that you validated, it goes to show that I do have a gift. It goes to show that it's validated. Not that I'm out here wanting validation, but the fact that I'm on point. If I'm on point about your reading, then chances are I'm on point about my reading. Chances are I'm out here speaking truth. I don't have any reason to be out here on YouTube talking a bunch of lies. I'm not out here wanting to do that. It's not my intention. We have enough stupid shit fucking videos and live streams on YouTube where you just sit there and your IQ drops. At least with mine, it's not so bad. I try to bring good content. We are not forsaken. Thank you. I'm glad I'm inspiring you. Thank you, Ian. No loyalty. They wanted you chained up. All broken promises. Having to make you to have difficult decisions. Lack of direction. No foundation. No community. No legacy or parenthood. Yeah, no loyalty, no chains, promises, difficulty decisions, lack of direction, foundations, and community all in reverse. And it just keeps coming out. I try to put it away and it keeps coming out. Investigation, research, small regrets, and longing. So somebody might be having some sort of an investigation happen. Somebody's going to regret. I don't know, collective. I just want to thank my subscribers and my supporters and my members. Between you and the divine, you've made it worth it. I can't say much about the traitors in my life. I can't say much about the toxic ass motherfuckers in my life, but the one thing I can say is my supporters, my tribe, the divine, of course the angels, ancestors. When I speak on the divine and I speak on spirit, I mean all of the above, of my ancestors, my spirit guides, my guards, my protectors, my angels, the whole group of ya. You make it worth it. Spencer! I miss you, buddy. How's it going? You doing okay? How's it going, bro? Welcome back to membership chat level. It's going. Yeah. I know, kind of a stupid question. Everything's going to shit in the handbasket. I get it. I get it. You know, had they tried had they just not bothered to sabotage my life, and had they just allowed me to live and move on, I would have been okay with that. I wouldn't have caused a ruckus. But they literally wanted to make me destitute so I couldn't take them to court. And chances are I wouldn't have even bothered because you know what? I just wanted to move on. But they didn't even allow me to do that. Like they want to be broke, busted, and disgusted, dead in a ditch somewhere, rotting out. Thank you for your support, Spencer. The love is mutual, bro. You realize you can reach out to me in the DMs anytime you want, right? Because you are a member. Whether you have the membership or not, you're a member. You're part of the tribe. You can reach out to me anytime. I tend to just kind of stay to myself, but I'm still available. It may take a while for me to get back because I'm either sleeping or doing a reading or cooking. But I don't know. We'll see how this we'll see how this appointment goes tomorrow. I don't know about this place or not, whether or not I'm going to take it. If it seems good, if it seems all right, then maybe. If it's any better than this place, chances are I may. Yeah. I'm happy about that, Forsaken. We are Forsaken. I'm going to call you Wan. Wamp. I'll call you Wamp. The anagram of your name. Wamp. Just to be funny. Not to make fun of, but just to be funny. Blow it out your ass, Leon. It sounds better. I'm usually on every night, but as of this weekend, I'm not sure how that's going to work. Because if this place doesn't work out, I'm going to be walking the streets. So, I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll take you on the journey with me. But it's usually every night. Usually I take the weekends off, unless you're a member. There's member Saturdays. There's usually 2. I'd like to have a member night Saturday night every week, every Saturday. But it's very far and few between that there's a lot of members that show up because the notifications aren't that great. But I usually like to take the weekend off. Are we on tonight? Thursday night? Yeah. There should be an open table tonight. That's when I get back from the appointment. Yeah, Wamp, why did you move away in the first place? Do you remember? Because usually when you move back home, that memory comes back to you very quickly. And then you end up thinking to yourself, why did I even bother coming back? And whoever is deciding to send me music in my head, can you fuck off already, please? It's annoying. And I know that's the whole purpose of annoying the fuck out of me and waking me up out of a dead sleep. You're an idiot. You're an asshat. I don't give a fuck who you are that's doing it. You're an asshat. And I'd say it right to your face. Gladly. Right before I punch you right square in the fucking throat. I know they're watching. I know they're sitting there watching. They're laughing. They're lurking. They're lurking like a gherkin. They don't change. They learn how to cope without their scapegoat. They usually move the escapee, the scapegoat, to another person. They don't change. You can't picture me being violent? Back me into a fucking corner. That's pretty well what they've done. That's pretty well what they're trying to do. And they think that they're succeeding. But they're in for a rude awakening. They think they're clever. They think that I don't know their plans, and I don't speak on it all that much. I let the cards do the speaking for the most part, because I don't really like tapping into that energy. But I know what they're up to. It's not my first rodeo of having to deal with asshats. Hey Vita, you go ahead and you get a channel and you start doing cards and you start doing what I'm doing and have the cards fall out the way that they fall out. They've even infiltrated my lives to the point where I have no other choice but to talk about fucking dumbass karmic energies. So because of that, I end up calling the motherfuckers out. Because it's like, what else do I want to do? Do I want to really sit here and say that people are sabotaging people and breaking their hearts and shattering them and all this? Do I really want to be here talking about that? No, I don't. But they pretty well leave me with no other fucking choice. So instead of talking about it and being all, meh, I'm like, fine. You want me to talk about it? Fine. I'm going to call the motherfuckers out. So telling me that I have no need to speak out on such the vibration and I'd rather alchemize it. So I turn the fucking chaos into power. Thank you. Thank you, Wimp. Switch up God to the divine. Because God is a man-made construct. The divine is divine in itself. A lot of my tribe knows my whole perspective on that. And if you really find that within yourself, you'll find that truth yourself. And I had that educated to me through my near-death experience. So the man-made God is technically a narcissist. Because you look into the Old Testament and it screams narcissism. If you really look into it, it's kind of heartbreaking. And I think that's partially the reason why. Like, they were throwing death spells at me when I was living in my car, trying to leave me destitute. And when I had that near-death experience and I had my little walk with Jesus, he told me everything I needed to know. And that's why I don't speak of him all that much. I'm not out here worshiping him, mainly because he's my ancestor. He's one of my ancestors. He's your ancestor too. It's like, you wouldn't be out here worshiping your passed on grandmother, right? That don't make sense, to worship your passed on grandmother. It's the same thing with Jesus. He wasn't out here trying to be worshipped. He was out here spreading the word about enlightenment. He was out here spreading the word of the inner light that we could guide through our intuition. He was a mystic. Are you talking about my near-death experience there, Vita? Who else wants to hear about the story of my near-death experience? Yes, we will, Georgina. So, I want to say it was, I want to say that it was probably between May 13th and May 14th. And at that point, I was living in my car. I just gotten kicked out of my apartment. I got laid off of my job the day before my birthday. I got kicked out of my apartment. I was back living in my car. I ended up taking all my clothes, putting them in my back seat, and I made a little bit of a nest of a bed because the back seats were all curvy and weird. So I made a bit of a bed in my back seat, and I had my blanket in the back seat for the cold nights. And the one particular night, it was raining. So I was kind of hemming and hawing at the fact of the possibility of me leaving my windows open a crack and possibly having a whole bunch of moisture and waking up soaked from the rain. And with the moisture getting in my bones and it being a cold night. So I decided to heat up the car a little bit and turn the car off and keep my windows up, just to keep it regulated. And I fell asleep, thinking that I would be okay. Thinking I would be awake just at sunrise and that I'd be able to get up and get along my business. I was parked out at a trail. It had an outhouse there, a porta potty, so that way when I woke up in the morning I'd be able to go and use the washroom. And so I fell asleep. And in the morning, I had thought at the time that I woke up, and I crawled up and into the front seat because I was sleeping in the back seat. And the night before, I had taken the keys out of the ignition and put them in the center console. And so I got up and I proceeded to get into the front seat. And just like I did every morning, when I woke up, I'd jump in my front seat. I'd grab my keys, turn on the ignition just to put my windows down, have a cigarette. Once in a while, I'd have coffee there from the night before, whatever, ready for me in the morning. Cold coffee, whatever, doesn't matter. But when I got into the front seat, I went to grab my keys and my hand literally went through the dash, like right through the keys. Like I couldn't even grab my keys. And to that point, I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm starting to kind of pay attention a little bit more to my surroundings because that was not really a thing, right? That usually happened. And I just happened to see in my peripheral that there was somebody laying in my back seat. Because I'm looking out the windows. I'm like, what in the actual hell? And I see in my peripheral that there's somebody laying in my back seat. So I turn and I look, and it's me. And I'm there. I'm laying there. I'm drenched. Like I've got, like, my hair is soaked. My face is soaked. It's beaded with water. beaded with sweat. And I thought it was very odd to see myself in the back seat. And then me being so open-minded and spiritual, I figure, okay, I'm having an outer body experience. What's the scoop? Like, what's the point of all this? And I started to pay attention to my face. I started to pay attention to my chest. And I'm like, am I even alive? And I didn't see any movement in my chest. I didn't see that I was breathing. I didn't see any life. I was just there. I was a little pale. And I was just laying there. And I went to try to touch myself, like touch my arm. And again, my hand went through my arm. But when I put my hand through my arm, it was cold. It was very cold. So I recollected that I was dead. And as soon as I recollected that I was dead, there was a bit of a flash of light, and all of a sudden I was back in my body, and I was waking up. But as I was waking up and I was exhausted. Like I was exhausted. Like I could barely move my body. I've been in a hot sauna before, and I'll tell you right now, it was very, very hot. It was even hotter than a hot sauna. It had to have been at least, the average hot sauna is about, give or take, 125 degrees. An average decent hot sauna between 110, 115 degrees to 120 degrees. And it had to have been at least 140, 150. Okay, it was extremely hot. I don't think I've even had a summer that it was that hot. And the sun was out. My windows were up. I was literally drenched from head to toe, perspirating. And I was literally waking up to pass out. I could barely move my arms. It took me absolutely anything and everything in me to even grab a hold of the seat, to pull me over to the seat, to crawl and to pull myself into the front seat. Like I ended up grabbing the center console, like the armrest part that you could flip up and look inside, whatever. I grabbed a part of that and I tried to pull myself. Like I could barely do anything. I was like, literally, that's how hot it was. And I'm thinking to myself, as I'm pulling myself into the front seat, I'm actually able to grab a hold of. So I'm figuring, okay, if I can grab a hold of the car, and I can grab a hold of the seat, and I can grab a hold, and I can pull myself in, and I'm maybe awake now, I'm just hoping to hell that I'm going to be able to grab my keys and put them in the ignition and at least put my windows down and just kind of just chill until it regulates the temperature, right? I'm thinking in my head, I'll put my AC on at the same time to get the hot air out, at least, to get it moving. And the hot air, the AC was even lukewarm, right? But even just having the air moving, it was regulating, right? So all pretty well in one swoop, with my pretty well eyes closed, and like I knew where my keys were in the center console, just below the radio. So all in one swoop, I've got one arm moving towards the center console to go grab my keys, and I'm doing everything in my power. I grabbed the wheel to pull myself even more, and to get my hand ready for the windows. And I grabbed my keys, and I fiddled around to find the actual driver's key, And all in one swoop, I grabbed the wheel to pull myself closer to put the key in the ignition and moved my hand over to the windows to drop my windows. And I was just praying and hoping that my car would start. So all in one swoop, I'm doing that. I'm turning my car on. I'm putting my windows down. I'm just laying there and I'm waiting for my air to kick in. And it took me about 25 minutes to be able, and I just laid there with the car running and the AC blowing on me and my windows down, displacing the hot air out of my car. My AC was pretty good at that time. And I'm like, I can't even believe I just about died in my car. And then I'm like reminiscing about my dream. And I'm reminiscing about the flash. And it's all coming back to me. And it's all coming back into the position of my awareness of where I am, what I'm doing. And I'm coming back into my body, and I'm remembering the dream. I'm remembering my hand going through the dash, and I'm just kind of recalling it all over and over and over again as I'm laying there. And upon the flash, when the flash happened, I ended up on a beach. Very, very, I don't know, maybe 23 degrees, very comfortable. And I was there, and the flash turned into a light. And the light, it was almost like a sun, like the sun was out. But as my eyes started to adjust, I seen someone there. And he was all dressed in white, like a white robe, like an off-white, almost like cream white robe. And he had a rope around his waist, a satchel, there's like a bag on his waist. And we just literally went for a walk. I knew exactly who it was. And he spoke about the divinity within everyone, the divinity within ourselves, the divinity within our purpose, within humanity. And our free will, our ability of choice, our ability of sovereignty, our ability of autonomy. And it's ultimately up to us to make those choices. And this is where I come out with the whole thing. You are the captain of your own ship. You are the painter to your own canvas. Because we ultimately have choice in what we choose to do with our experience. How we alchemize it. How we rise above our trials and tribulations. How we create our life. How we choose those choices that create those consequences or lessons or experiences that we learn from, that we rise above, that we alchemate. But it's ultimately up to us to make those choices. And he spoke to me speaking on the fact that he was never supposed to be worshipped. He was never supposed to be in this godlike energy. And I think it's Romans chapter 8, verse 11. To know the God within, to know that the divine resides within you. There's a lot of and he even spoke about the fact that there's a lot of chapters in the book that are in alignment to teachings, of the divine teachings, but there's a lot of chapters in the book that are destitute to the divine teachings. Okay, it's very much a projection of God. It's very much a projection of ideologies, of of instilling fear, of instilling some sort of a compliance, and it ultimately lost its meaning, it's lost its purpose, due to these different chapters that are demeaning to the spirit, to the divinity within. And this is part of the reason why a lot of the chapters in the book were taken out. They were omitted because they spoke of the, like the book of Enoch, the book of Thomas. These are all speaking on divinity, right? They were all taken out. And back when Jesus was alive, there was no book, there was no Bible. The Bible was created after he had disappeared, okay? And he also spoke about the fact that he was not the one that chose for him to go on the cross, okay? He was put on the cross because of his association with the destitutes, the prostitutes, the defoiled, right? Because he's seen the divinity within everyone. And this is what he spoke on. And this is why he brought so much hope to the masses and to humanity. Because he recognized the divinity within everyone. Everybody had divinity, okay? Everybody had their ultimate sovereignty and choice by the divine to live out the experience that they were allowed to live. But many different people took it to a very dark place. And this is where a lot of people are misunderstanding the whole story with Jesus and, you know, don't throw pearls to swine and da-da-da-da-da. Because although he had his story, he had his experience, he had his lessons, he had his sermon, let's say, there's certain people that he did not pertain to. And these are people that were outright being disrespectful to sovereignty, creating slaves, creating the ability of slaves, having slaves, all of this kind of thing. And I find it very odd that there's a lot of talk in the Bible about slaves. Because being a slave, it removes your choice, it removes your sovereignty, it removes your worth and your self-worth, your ability to love and be loved. It removes your ability to be your most authentic version of yourself and to be able to step into your divinity. And Catholicism on itself is basically wanting you to fear God. And he spoke about God being a man-made construct in order to create and instill fear and to try to control the masses in fearing that what was outside of themselves. He also spoke about not being able to reflect on the inner world, the inner temple, and that it was extremely important that you bring that to balance in order to be in the source consciousness, to be in the ability to be in your sovereignty, in order to be able to be connected to the divine. You had to be in your authenticity and you had to be in your sovereignty in order to connect to the divine. And like, we were together speaking on this stuff for hours. But those hours that were spent speaking and what he was teaching me and what was going on was literal seconds in the spectrum of the time where the flash happened and I was back in my body. Like, it was literal seconds, like minuscule moment of time. And the fact that I was in my front seat, a split second, and I'm back in my body, but within that split second of the flash, it brought me to this beach with him, and we walked, I would say, it felt like almost 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, where he spoke to me. And a lot of it wasn't necessarily word to word, but it was more or less, again, telekinetics, mindful reading. It was energy reading, because I was already tapped in energetically. So I feel that there was a lot of downloads at that time. There was a lot of information being thrown in. And he had multicolored eyes. There was blue, brown, and green in his eyes. Nothing like I've ever seen in anyone's eyes, ever. I thought it was wild, okay, to have blue, brown, and green looking at him with those eyes. Very long hair, similar to mine, but darker color. Almost kind of brownish, kind of black, but it had a bit of a golden tinge to it, the way that the light hit it. So it kind of similar, kind of looked like he had kind of highlights, but it was due to the sun and the light. There was no birds, there was no animals, it was just us and a sandy beach. The water was beautiful. The water was like, because at one point I went and I put my feet in the water. And it was, and I've looked since then online to find quite possibly a place where there may have been on Earth that this was, and there's no place on Earth where this was. So I feel that this was another realm of consciousness that we were conversing in. But yeah, when I come to, when I finally got to, I literally bawled my eyes out. I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop crying. I was like so emotional for hours. Like, I was probably bawling my eyes out for a good 3 or 4 hours straight. And the euphoria of peace, unconditional love, I'm even kind of getting choked up about it now. I'm trying to keep it together. The day before I went to sleep, I was also quite emotional, but I felt so empty inside. I felt like, what is actually going on? What is the whole purpose? What is the whole meaning behind all of this? Like, I was contemplating suicide. I was contemplating just getting on the highway and going head on and pretty well dying the same way my sister did, because I figured it'd be quick. And at that point, I feel that there was some sort of a death spell being worked on me, because I don't think I've felt, even when I tried to commit suicide before, I don't think I've felt that dark and that down ever in my life. It was probably my bottom. It was me hitting like totally my bottom, the bottom of bottom. And to have that all transpire, and And that then, right then and there, was my confirmation that there was reason for me to be here. Well, that's the thing, right? They've done everything to try to bring me back there. And after the divine unconditional love that I felt afterwards, and the thing is, collective, is that back when I was at the cottage with my ex, and I was going to commit suicide, I was cutting a hole in the lake to go jump in the lake. I was out there in my winter boots and my boxers, and it was negative 20 below out at the lake, and I was cutting a hole in the lake. I was very upset. I was very down in the dumps, and I wanted to end it. The ex was an absolute asshole at that point. Was very unpassionate, very cold, and I just didn't want to be there anymore. And I also seen his mother in the reflection of the water. And she spoke to me through, again, the same thing, the telekinetics kind of through the mind. She spoke to me about how the unconditional love that she felt when she passed, and had she known the damage that she did to her family, because she was a very bitter lady, and it was mainly because of the way that she was brought up, the way that her family treated her growing up. And so she became rather bitter because of it, and she passed that bitterness on to her children. Well, 2 out of the 4. And had she known the monsters that she created, she would have done things differently. And I really didn't understand at the time. I didn't understand the whole unconditional love bit. But after my near-death experience, and that totally made sense after that. And I really thought about her after my near-death experience. I really held her in my heart for helping me through that moment, because I just didn't want to be here anymore. Like, I just left my family behind pretty well. Like, I still talk to my father, I still talk to my sister, and I don't even talk to my sister anymore. And after my little sister passed away, which was extremely tragic, I didn't have much more to live for. Specifically, if my ex wasn't so cold, I think things would have been different. Had they been actually there to support me and not basically swindle me. And no. But since I do feel that my near-death experience, it did heal my heart. It did heal the heartbreak that I had. And this is where I feel a lot of the strength. But they've done absolutely everything and anything in their power to bring me down into the lower vibe, to break my heart again. And because I've kept my boundaries, and because I'm standing in my power, and because I continuously put boundaries up and call my power back and cut cords, like weekly to almost a daily basis, depending on the attacks. Like the spiritual warfare. I'm untouchable. I don't think they'll ever get me to that point again. I know my worth. I know my worth. I know why I'm here. I know I'm supposed to share my message. I know I'm supposed to share my story to bring enlightenment. I feel very blessed to be where I am in the moment. I feel very blessed to have the divine work in my life. Although sometimes it doesn't make sense to me. I still feel blessed despite it all, despite what I'm going through now, despite what I'm going to be going through, despite what I've been through. And the one thing Jesus spoke about is the new earth. We are the bringers of the new earth. We are the ones we've been waiting for. He's not coming back. But he reiterated the fact that we need to recognize our divinity within us and step into that. We need to recognize that the divine lives within us. It gives us life. It beats our heart. It is that gentle nudge, that gentle whisper in the back of our minds. It is the downloads. It is our intuition. It is our intentions. When we are in alignment with the divine, it is there to guide us. But society and the deletes, I'll call them, they're trying at everything to distract us from that. They don't want us stepping into our power. They don't want us stepping into our divinity, because once that happens, it's game over for them. They will lose ultimate control of humanity if we step into our divinity. And this is why they crucified him. This is why they put him on the cross with the traitors and with the people that were actually beneath him. This is why they crucified him at the same time, to make him seem like he was a delinquent. He did not choose to sacrifice himself. He did not choose to go on that cross. He was made to go on that cross. He was forced to go on that cross. And they were literal Luciferians that put him on that cross. Fia, what's going on, honey? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Big hugs to you, honey. And yes, I would have first, second, and third breakfast any day of the week with you. If you guys have got Facebook or Instagram and you've been scrolling through and you've seen those little hobbit homes in the Shire and all that, where you'd have your second breakfast, right? Who would you have your second breakfast with? And they say share it with them. She ended up sharing that with me, so yeah. I'd take a hobbit home in a second. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah, 100%. But I'd have to try to incorporate a greenhouse into it. There'd have to be some sort of a greenhouse connected into the whole hobbit home. You wouldn't need a grow light. Because of the hobbit home, right? And if we'd be in the hobbit home, we'd be living by candlelight. Or by torchlight, one of the two. We're going veggies. We're going fruit. So you're hungry, you just go into the greenhouse and you go and you eat. We're growing lettuce, tomatoes, you name it. It's there. Anything and everything you could think of. Yeah. And we have a couple cows. We have a couple goats and sheep. And we'd be making wool to knit with. And chickens, yeah, for eggs too, yeah. And then we use the manure, we work it into the soil and bring it back to goodness to plant some more stuff. It all works together in its own little cycle. It'd work it all out. But yeah, Fia, if you want a personal for your birthday, you can reach out to me in the DMs anytime. I will remember. I didn't get back to you earlier, mainly because I was in the process of getting ready to go live, and I had just finished a reading. So I didn't have a lot of time between to just kind of zen out. And I like to zen out before I jump in on the live stream. But it is available. And if the dark light, if you're still here and if you're lurking somewhere in the mix, you can get a reading too. Because I think it was your birthday yesterday. And I got sidetracked. And it was an open table, so yeah. But if at all consolation, you can very well get your message either tomorrow night at the open table, or you can get it in the DMs. Either one is good. So yeah, I was just finished talking about my near-death experience and that whole experience to the ones that are just jumping in. I'm not really agreeing with that, Georgia. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it's just the timing is off a little bit. I believe 2026 is the year of karma. You're like a year behind. 2026 into 2027 is going to be the year of awakening. And 2027 to 2028 is going to be the Aquarian officially. Slightly behind. Mm-hmm. Well, some people say the money is the root of all evil. But I feel that it has some sort of... I'm not saying that it's the say-all, end-all. But it provides the ability for trade. It provides the ability for reciprocity. It provides the ability of Tinder, if that makes any sense. But to do it within good intention, and to not scam, and to not leave... like, everyone has the ability of creating money and creating prosperity for themselves. But the whole idea to keep it and hoard it, that's where the ill intention is, and that's where the ill intention is sitting. The fact that we've got these billionaires out here and trillionaires and all this kind of thing, and they're holding on, and they're hoarding the money, that's the blasphemy in itself. If you've got that type of money that you're never going to spend, and you're just hoarding it, and there's people out here homeless, there's people out here destitute, there's people out here not being able to provide for themselves, or whatever the case may be, that should be going to the roads, it should be going to services, it should be going to the ability of sustaining the planet, right? So I think that's where they went wrong. Like, if you've got that type of money where you're not gonna, you can spend all day, every day, hundreds of thousands of dollars and still have money left over to live off of day in and day out, You got too much money. You should be at least supporting humanity. There's no excuse why people are homeless. There's no excuse why there's people can't have any type of care or to be able to have a roof over their head. There's no excuse for it. Yeah. Like, it's one thing to be a billionaire and make a whole bunch of money, but if you're not utilizing it to benefit the humanity and even your communities, that's where they're wrong. That's where that's where the greed is. That's the blasphemy of it all. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not necessarily saying billionaires or trillionaires are bad, but the fact that they're hoarding all that money when that money could be distributed back into the cycle, so that way it's bringing back the ability for sustainability. I think that's the biggest factor. Like, there's really no excuse why a bedroom should be going for 1,000 plus a month. Yeah, I don't talk about that shit on my channel, Fia. I'm disgusted. I haven't even looked into it. I don't have to look into it, and I'm disgusted. It's revolting. They are. They're very vile. Very disrespectful to life itself. Very disrespectful to the divinity as well. A lot of these vile individuals are going to purgatory. They're not coming back. We just gotta wait for them to all die off first. They're gonna have to die off at some point. I'm not wishing death on them, but have a good day there, Renee. But yeah, the Great Awakening is upon us. We're definitely awakening up. We're definitely becoming more aware of the situation. This awakening started in 2012. It was the ending, it's starting of the ending of the Piscean age into Aquarius. And the Piscean age and the age of Aquarius are overlapping. It's kind of like the full moon, to where the 3 days before the full moon, the 3 days after the full moon, one is waning, one is waxing, right? It's kind of the same idea. We're waning out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. And the overall transition takes about, it takes about 2 decades, give or take. So we're like almost smack dab in the middle. I want to thank you to my supporters and the ones that have donated tonight. Thank you so much. I very much hold you in my heart, in my prayers. It's so nice to see you, Fia. That badge is looking pretty awesome beside your name, I must admit. You're one of my top mods. That ain't ever gonna change, my dear. I kind of miss having you in. I kind of miss having you in amongst the mix of things. But I know you've been going through some shit, and I know you've been riding the wave, so. Yeah, I took out all my other mods. I think Fia and Little B, I think those are the only 2 mods I have now. And I think Deadly Ghost, maybe? I don't know. Let's see, I forget. Yep. Yeah. Roswell and Deadly Ghost are still my standards. And you and Little B are my managing moderators. Yep. But I'll tell you, the trolls, they've been very slim to none, which I'm quite happy about. But little B, she's been going through it. She hasn't been around much. So keep her in your prayers. I miss her terribly. The doctors gave her a time limit, so I hope she's still kicking at least. Yeah, Tower is putting it lightly. What? Your mother-in-law died in... Aww. My condolences. I think this tower, Fia, is basically to help the light beings to come into their power, though. It's to initiate them. It's a rough go. Wow. That's wild. See, that's just proof right there that the divine works in very mysterious ways. If the divine says you're gonna live, you're gonna live. Doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter what the doctor says. Doesn't matter what some idiot says with a gun. If you're gonna live, you're gonna live. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Little B is my longest running member at this point. 22 months now. And then there's Trudy at 10 months. I wonder where Trudy is. Trudy hasn't been kicking it around for quite some time. I hope she's still okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I think we have a purpose here, we have a reason to be here, and we need to fulfill that purpose. And if somebody comes through to, I don't know, I get this feeling that sometimes, you know, people go through this transition, this life and death transition, in order to wake them up again to their divinity. And I think, again, that's where the tower comes from. A lot of the times. Yeah, you're going through a rebirth, Spencer. That's what that represents. And that's why your dreams have been, like, totally off the hook. It's because of that. It's meant to incite it's meant to instigate insight, is what I meant to say. Yeah. It's meant to wake you up. It's meant to get you to reflect. It's meant to make you go within, ultimately. That's the overall purpose of it all. Pardon me. Yeah. So, I guess we'll kick it here for a little bit longer. But I was just about to tap out. And then Fia jumps in and it's like, okay. And Spencer's kicking it with us. So, I don't necessarily want to tap out right now. Because the clan's all here. Yeah, tonight's reading was pretty revealing, to say the least. I really hope I hear from a job soon. Let my job prospects be protected by divine light spirit. Any ill will sent towards my job prospects, whoever's sending it, let them get what they deserve instantly. Because I'm not playing stupid games anymore. Hey, John. Bedazzled? I don't know if I want to go that far. I would rather just go viral on YouTube and just live off of my YouTube. And have like, oh, I'd be okay with like, maybe 1,000 members. I'd be alright with that. At like level 1. No, I haven't written the book. There's like a series of 7. There's the fantasy novel, and then there's the biography, and then there's the the footprints of life. Well, I'm going to be homeless by the end of the week. So I think finding a place that's actually stable is paramount, right? For my job, I got an email to set up a job interview. Just need to refresh in Word, Excel, and shit. I don't remember anything from certifications, but anyways, I'm hoping for a job too. Well, yeah, the thing is I knew how to do Excel and Word and all that back in the day when I was in high school, back in the 2000s. But I figured those programs are pretty well the same but different now. So I don't even know anymore. I've been working with the phone and the tablet for so long, I haven't bothered even plugging in my computer. And Windows 10 is now obsolete, apparently. Okay. I think it was 2001, 2002 when I graduated. I didn't go to college, I didn't go to university. Well, I guess wireless university when I was doing the handsets for, when I was working for AT&T back in the day. when you were born. Yeah. I was born in 83. Back when you could smoke in a hospital. I don't even think there was even seat belts back then. There may have been, but back where you could buy cigarettes out of a vending machine. I still remember the vending machines. They were so retro. Yeah, rotary phones too, yeah. Yeah. And they were on a cord. I look way younger, eh? Let me take my glasses off. Yeah, my eyes are tired. I feel like I'm 487. Soon to be 488. Okay. 5 hours left. I don't think I'll be able to make it. How many minutes? 3 hours? 3 minutes? Nope, I can do 2 minutes. Alright. I'm working on my township. In case you're wondering. I did have a Teddy Ruxpin. My sister had the Cabbage Patch. And I put my sister's Metallica tape in the Teddy Ruxpin. And used to listen to it. Oh, the time. good old days. There, Spencer. Yeah, so I said that I had the Teddy Ruxpin, and I put my sister's Metallica tape in the Teddy Ruxpin, and I used to listen to it. It was funny. Sugar and eggs. Sugar, sugar, da, 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 da. Honey, honey, da, 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 da. You were my candy girl, and you got me watching you. Honey, honey, da, 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 da. Honey, honey, da, 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 da. You were my candy girl, and you got me watching you. What game is that? I'll show you. Oh, my shoulder. Here we go. This is the game. Ooh, my bananas are in. More steel for the builds. Banana, coconut, pineapple. Banana, coconut, banana. Banana, coconut. Oh, barn is full. Story of my life. Bye-bye, train. Let's make some vegetables. How many did I need? 3. Okay. 3 vegetables. What's next? 2 blankets. 2 cotton blankets. So we'll put some cotton in over here. Grow some cotton. I got my rubber tree. Let's see, do we have anything in here? We got rubbers there too. Oh, whatever. Okay, anyway. What else do we need? Got that, gonna get that. I gotta make that and corn. Alright, so we go over here. Gonna need some of this to make some of this. Sure, we'll make 3. It's a great little game. It allows my childhood, my little inner child to come out to play, to come hang out and All right, Pia. Sweet dreams, my dear. Thank you, Spencer. It's township. Sweet dreams. Hey, Spencer, if you want to play township with me, I can give you my code. I'll show you my code. Where is it? I think it's here. Add friends. I've got all these people in here I didn't even know. 2 mutual friends. Mutual friends. Where is it? Is it here? No. Is it here? Maybe. Player info. What the hell? Achievements? No. Where did it go? Is it up in here? Settings? Search team, more games? No. Change name, support, save settings, world, English, the bell. Okay, I don't have any of that on. Okay. Leave team information. Oh, there's the user ID. 2GC4X7. So if you want to become my friend on Township, that's what it is. I have my screen in a little window there too on the side. Okay, so what do I need to do next? All right, I wanted to buy some of this stuff. And I wanted to take this stuff. Sure. Okay, I get to fill an order out. Click that. That's it. Okay. Six minutes left for that. Okay, so what am I missing for more? Oh, okay, they're full. Okay. Corn. I got my plastic for chair. Cotton. Got the veggies on its way. So it's cotton that I need to build. Cotton, cotton, cotton. Oh, barn's full. Okay. Make some more cow feed. Chicken feed. Erg. No? Okay, I'll put 2 in there. I'll go get some bacon. Are you aching for some bacon? Yep, yep. And we can be a big pig too. Sweet dreams, Spencer. Alright, kids, I'm heading out. I'm gonna go sleep. I don't know who's still kicking it with me. Would be sick since you have a tablet to get Call of Duty Mobile. I'll pass. I'll pass. I tried the Call of Duty Mobile and I wasn't too happy with it. I'm not gonna lie. I tried it on my tablet, I tried it on my phone, and I wasn't for it. It was not what I was just suspecting it to be. And it's definitely not like the regular Call of Duty. It just didn't sit well with me. Corn. Let's get all corny and shit. 4 minutes for the corn, it's not that bad. 23. But yeah, I ended my subscription with PlayStation, so that way it wouldn't renew. Because I paid for a year, I think it was like $97 for a year, and it comes up in May. So I'm like, I'm just gonna get rid of it, because I'm not gonna probably have it just sit there and play. I'm gonna be too busy working. So it wasn't the same, and I don't know, there's a lot of trolls on there, there's a lot of cheaters. They overemphasize of their character, and then they go in and they cheat in the game, and it's like, it makes it pretty well pointless to even play anymore. I don't know, I think I'm kind of growing out of the whole idea of the Call of Duty, but I was using it for anger management. Yeah, I got Farming Simulator. Farming Simulator 19. At the point where I ended, Ravenport. I had just bought my 4th property out at the southeast side of the map. And like, it was just below the mountain. And I had a road going up into the top of the mountain, up near the villa, going up to where the horses are. And then I bought beside my farm that was closer to the cotton mill. And I bought all the way to the barn, to where you drop off the hay bales. So I had bought next door to the cotton mill, so that way I could put in horse field. I was gonna start integrating some animals into my Ravenport because I was always just doing like hay and wheat and sugar beets, and I was wanting to get into chickens too and do the chicken thing, but I I was only, I think it was in Greenville or Greenwood or something like that. I started hanging out with the horses and whatnot, and it was okay, but I was just, I don't know, part of me just didn't want to do it anymore. I think I'm growing out of it. Yay. A present. Okay, let me play now. Let's go, Joe. Pick up the shovel. Thank you. Ugh, fine, I'll play. What the hell? Let's play. Maybe I gotta end this out. That's probably why. But yeah. Holy smokes, let's go. Nice. Come on, let me win a little bit. A little bit, just a little bit. Come on. Keep it going. Really? That's boring. But anyway. That's it. That's all, folks. I think I'm out. I'm tapping out. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Sugar, sugar. I think my PS4 is too old to sell. If I was to sell it, I don't know. Do you think I could get anything for it? I've invested well over $300 or $400 just in games. So I don't even know. Corn is ready. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright, kids, I'm out. I'm tapping out. I'm going to sleep now that it's 3 in the morning. I got 8 people, probably now 11, but I probably got like 5 or 6 sleeping. So, sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I mean it this time. I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for this prosperity and the donations. And come on back tomorrow night for another open table if you want a personal message. I'll catch you later.